And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Reflections of Gaia, a unofficial anima podcast. I am your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra, and with me I have three of my good brothers here in the temple. We have the man losing arguments with himself, good brother Hydra.
Hey Morocco, do us all a favor and eliminate the France tomorrow. Please and thank you.
The very least, so I can add that to Mbappe's legacy of failure.
Indeed.
We have the master of the Wanderer's Library and the guy who keeps losing his swords, good brother Sig.
If people would stop taking them, that would be great.
Okay, Greg.
This isn't over, sir.
This ain't over. And there's my Simpson joke for the night. And the man who is but a letter, good brother A.
Hello, everybody.
So, I know episode 8 of this podcast sounded like it was going to be the end, but I did realize that there were some addendums that needed to be addressed. And a couple of them I realized, wait, it'd be better, instead of just doing these individually, it'd be best to do them combined. So, there is one particular project, one that is, technically speaking, the last anima-adjacent physical book that we have gotten here in the States. I know there were a couple more things over in Spain, but I don't have those translated, and that's another story entirely. I think one of them was fan translated, but I don't have that. And of course, there's the whole thing with the difference between the core rulebook that we did get and core X set, which we've covered that. But what we have here, technically speaking, is a bit of a double feature. Now, some of you may look at the title and go, what's Mhodica? That is the setting of what we're tackling today. And a bit later into it, we'll be delving into the video that's, in a roundabout way, ended up starting me on this whole thing with, and the YouTuber that, because I didn't like his coverage, started me on the journey of doing both this podcast as well as the Sword World podcast on Sundays. And we'll be doing that second, because I know that's going to put me in a bad mood. But Luminous Echo was a project that was the brainchild of Wen Yu Li, aka Wen M, the principal artist for Anima, and one of the biggest draws to the setting, in my opinion. At least the biggest gateway. And
I mean, just the art out on screen right now. Beautiful, man.
Yep.
Yeah, the art's really good. It's like if you like the anima core book art, it's just more of that.
Mm-hmm. And I do think the setting that we have here has that mixture of over-the-top styles of fantasy mixed with dark, almost gothic storytelling. So it definitely fits for this series. And there are stat blocks at the end of the book that do cover D&D, Pathfinder, and Anima. And in the interest of full disclosure, this was the first project that I ever backed on Kickstarter.
I don't even remember what first project I backed on Kickstarter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I ended up getting the full physical thing, as well as some additional stuff like a character deck of cards, some bookmarks, a few posters, and a wraparound that was signed by Wen. I know that a while back he was working on another project, this Greco-Roman infused project called Rose Guardia, but he never got enough funding for it. I know that I haven't seen him post a whole lot, but I know he's clearly doing new art for Anima, since he's doing character art for Song of the Abyss and some of the new art that's on the website. So he's clearly still working on stuff. I just haven't seen him post much. Obviously not posting much to his DA, because who the hell's posting on DeviantArt these days?
DeviantArt is still up?
Yeah.
DeviantArt is still up. It's mostly full of people making AI generated documents now, though.
There is the archives are still good, and there are still some people putting stuff up that if you know where to look, but it's very much been overtaken by other sites. Now, is it bad as a situation like MySpace? No. Though few things are ever going to be that bad. But Luminous Echo runs about 234 pages. It is bookmarked, but not in the way that you'd want it to be. I have to give it a bit of slack, because this was the early days of people figuring out the whole PDF thing. But let me switch over to that. And turn off the thumbnail. I will once again thank Riona for the thumbnail. But now some of the art is stuff I've seen nods to, and some of the stuff I would see on Wen's DeviantArt page that wasn't directly tied to Anima. Like, for example, this piece right here on the right, and at the back of the book there is a follow-up to this. But with the text of, "We do not kill, we corrupt. You know this. You've been interested in us for a long time, and we're interested in you. Your blood is warm and your mind is sharp. Your ambition burns into us. You're restless. You have no desire to hide under the trees and call out to impotent gods while the world around you changes. You want knowledge. You want power. You'll never feel fear or helplessness again. Only power, only ambition." Given what we covered in previous episodes of Reflections of Gaia, this text scrawl here, I don't think I'm alone in saying that would fit perfectly well in any short story on Gaia.
Yep.
If anything, it feels like right at home.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But we do have a nice table of contents. It isn't hyperlinked. Again, first entry when it comes to this sort of thing.
Well, this is a podcast, not Valley of the Judge, so we could cut it some slack.
Mm-hmm. Plus, at the end of the day, this is a setting book. The stats at the back end are nice, but they're not going to be the be-all end-all in why you have this. It's best to look at this book as a system agnostic book. while there is, of course, a world map proper, which I did share with you guys in the Discord. But we do have some of the different areas, and each one has details on certain aspects, as well as a few short stories in a very World of Darkness kind of way. Like, I think I mentioned this when we were covering the setting of Gaia. There's a lot more World of Darkness DNA than there is D&D DNA in what we see here, what we see with it. Well, putting aside the fact that D&D wants to play half-seas about setting, but we've talked about that. But the first short story we have is about Greg Mayfield, the person we saw early on, who, because of the armor and the shirt, makes me think he'd fit right in Kingdom Hearts. Although probably fighting in the style of a Riku.
I don't know. I get kind of Drakengard from this armor.
I could see it. He's probably more well-adjusted than Kaim ever was.
Exactly.
Not that that's very difficult to be more well-adjusted than the crew of Drakengard, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only moderately adjusted crew in Drakengard was in 2, and Yoko Taro didn't work on 2. In fact, it seems like he doesn't acknowledge it. But the first segment is locations and characters, and we first start with the city of Belmond. What used to be just a riverside town has become something of a metropolis, especially with a heavy emphasis on blacksmiths. And very much a mining town. Mining and fishing, I'd say, would probably be their biggest businesses, especially based on what we've seen here. But let me.
Correct me if I'm mistaken, but given how it's effectively in Belmont Day, kind of reminds me of the Twin Cities in your state.
I could see it. Now, I'm looking at the map on a different screen to see if I can find where Belmonte is on the map. And I will note I do like the map of Mhodica that we have. But let's see. I keep thinking it's gonna. It is. Okay. Unification. The one thing that we don't have, unfortunately, is a timeline of events when it comes to the setting. So, given the way this setting works, that may be intentional, and I found it. Belmonte is in the southwestern part of Laverna, next to Brilby Bay, and just southeast of Hydracast. If you're looking at the map that I included.
Disclaimer: I have nothing to do with Hydracast. This is entirely a separate place.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
but Belmonte is relatively stable, though there's clearly some underlying tension because of the fact that the current ruling family, the Valnosos, were not raised from any of the native merchants. But I do like that they go into the history of the place, the government of it, the culture, which is it's one of the it seems to be a humble city, but one where things are starting to boil. It hasn't gotten bad yet, but it could, especially given the tax rate of 30% regarding the metal that comes from the mines.
Almost pre-revolution France.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that.
But I know you brought up the Twin Cities, and I think that was mainly because of the art here, where you have two collections of buildings opposite a river. But based on what we've got on the description, I'd say this is akin to the Iron Range parts of northern Minnesota.
All right, thanks for clearing that up.
Mm-hmm. A lot of parts of northern Minnesota were very much built as mining towns. Especially, unfortunately, yes, that includes lead mining. Like this was like in the 1890s, so it was the style at the time. But it is amusing that they have a competition among the blacksmiths to see who can make the best weapon in 5 days using only materials given.
Seems like worthwhile to get another sword.
Mm-hmm. It talks about a weapon made of the glowing rainbow-colored metal will command a price of as much as 75,000 pieces of gold.
That is quite a hefty price.
But then we have a few denizens. I do like that instead of going with specific names for the denizens, they go with titles for them, so that you could, if you were to use them in a one shot, you could give them names.
Mm-hmm.
So, the honest blacksmith, the vainglorious sword hunters, the ill-mannered old money, and the boastful blacksmith.
I mean, it certainly helps to have an idea to kind of people they are. Just come up with random names and you're pretty much already set.
Mm-hmm. Then a short story about a stone shaper named Orodrio. And as well as a look of what weapons and armor from this region would look like. That is some very nice spears.
That is something that a lot of settings don't do. They kind of just like, oh yeah, here's a spear. Like, here's just the stat block of like, oh, in this region of the world these would be the typical common weapons, instead of oh yeah, like this is what these weapons would look like here.
I do like them swords, and the spears aren't bad either.
Mm-hmm.
This is the kind of details, like you could tell that the team who took care of the art was having a blast doing this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But we also have a bit on food and lodging, which, given I will bring up what you mentioned before and add that things like food, lodging, local cuisine, and the like, that is severely underrated of a topic in TTRPGs.
I mean, we definitely need our pubs so that the people could get drunk.
I mean, like the party does need to meet in a tavern.
Mm-hmm. But they talk about the Golden Horn as a bar that serves the rowdier side of Belmont. And some of the stuff you could get in is like pork pies, sausages, cuts of lamb or beef, local ale. A very Bavarian German kind of cuisine.
I also like how the barmaid today is definitely packing.
Yep. Then we have a short story about Sirlith, and her particular stat block will be later in the book. As well as a brief bit on some of the bestiary and some of the other NPCs you might meet, like the Volume Keepers.
God, some of these designs are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
As well as things like the Hidden Hands, the Equus Obscurum, and the Moon Thralls. And then another, these short stories I'm skimming because it's something that I may return to in the future.
And let's be frank, if we went over all the short stories, we'd be here all night.
Mm-hmm. Then another one on Cielo. And as well as the short story The Mermaid's Heart. And a sword known as Dawn's Farewell.
Mine.
You can have that if you want. That thing looks like bad news.
If you had to go and ask an 8-year-old to draw a cursed sword, this is probably going to be one of the things that they drew.
Honestly, I wasn't thinking.
Kind of reminds me of Sparta, actually.
This reminds me if you took a monkey's paw and turned it into a sword.
Oh. And although I do appreciate the story that it has with it, which is definitely the kind of tragedy that you could build a story around. And it actually gives a reason for why you have a good chunk of it with a hand. But then another short story on Mondi Schilder. But then we have the nation of Fianna. No relation to the descendants of Fianna. But it is a nation that has been besieged by the Vagragora, the Crabmen.
Insert a giant enemy crab joke here.
Mm-hmm. They were on the defensive until the alchemists of the kingdom were able to make an oil that was harmless to river animals, but it created temporary blindness and horrible stinging pain to the crabs. And it's currently run by King Laverna VI, who doesn't have a grand enemy to fight against. So he's had to make his mark by improving military trade and diplomacy. As well as the study of the natural world. His son Prince Ferris has devoted a lot of time to knightly training, and has made a name for himself in some of the competitions.
Oh, it's nice to see a printer that know how to wield the sword properly.
Yep. But this is a kingdom that's in the middle of a forest, so you definitely have that kind of rustic air about the place. But you do have the priestly side of things with the Order of Lazara. Though I'd say Fianna is not nearly as tense as the previous nation we covered.
Definitely reminds me of some of the more peaceful towns that you could find in Europe.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't know why, but the vibe I get from Fianna is more British Isles.
I mean, you did make it that Knights of Fianna joke earlier, so.
Yeah, I can kind of see that.
Mm-hmm. Again, with the very nice setup with the denizens. And while I say it seems a bit more peaceful, that's more of I don't think that they're running the risk of a massive revolt anytime soon.
And it only looks peaceful behind the surface, and who knows what's brewing.
But it is a very rustic kind of place, because especially since it's not there's clearly people who work for a living, but and then I look at the weapons and Jesus Christ, Jesus, look at that shield.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be curious how would it look like if you were to bash at somebody's head with that thing.
It hurt.
But they do note that the weapons and armor are made of a bright hue, silvery and luminous to the eye, with blue and green accented tabards with a feather underlining family crests. There's a lot of magicians in the city, so a lot of weapons and armors are enchanted. They don't lack for talented blacksmiths and jewelers, but the wares of Agnes Glitless have become sought after due to her eccentric payment methods, a very low rate of commission acceptance, and her rapidly growing legend of astounding creations.
I do like how she's holding the mug in one hand and the hammer the other. Like, it's the most natural thing in the world.
Mm-hmm. But a lot of weapons are decorated with the image of two white birds, a symbol after a white bird had appeared on one of the earlier kings when he was on his deathbed, and he made a recovery. So all it takes is one miracle. But we have a very different setup when it comes to the armor here, and a very nice halberd.
Yeah, that definitely looks like it would hurt.
Then when it comes to food and lodging, that's quite that. They finally brought out the me-sized plate.
That's a very weird looking chicken.
Chicken is chicken.
Yeah, it could be worse. It could be turducken, but
Am I the only person that actually likes a turducken?
I never had any.
I don't. It takes way too damn long to cook. It's not worth it, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Also, as to the chicken, it looks like they just scored it, so it's not that weird looking.
Oh, it's the abruptness of the how the breast just stops.
Yeah.
Mhm. But
I always did love turkey breast. Always nice and juicy.
I like turkey except for when I'm at holidays because the rest of the family wants to make it dry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Clearly, you've
god.
never been to my place for Thanksgiving.
Oh god. Screw that. When it's chicken or turkey, I always make sure it's nice and moist.
Mhm.
Same.
But there's also talk. I do appreciate the the sign reference that they have here for food and lodging, as well as the fact that it says, as one would expect at the imperial capital, the best food, wine, and spirits are to be had in great abundance, as provided by the sacred forest around it. The crown city is known for its rotisserie boar served with giant shelf mushrooms, the roasted pheasant with honey glaze and shallots, pots of seasoned boiled crawfish with vegetables, fresh bread light as a cloud, and exquisite dry white wines.
Would it be safe to say that we're in legalistic Scotland?
I did say it was getting a British Isles vibe, and you're not far off from that.
What a dry white a dry wine
Mm-hmm.
from I mean, you can't make it too obvious. Be like, oh, this is like the Irish section of the world.
Oh yeah. You weren't here for it earlier, Sig, but I said the barmaid here clearly has the me-sized plate.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, yeah, that seems about right. Way too many carbs for me, though.
Suppose if you're going to be working all day, you need that kind of carb.
That's fair.
But we do have a short story on Mela, one of the barmaids, as well as one on Durand, who that is some armor there.
Hey, it's me with longer hair.
And some
How
of
is he
the
holding onto that sword?
Honestly,
the
correct me if I'm
basket.
wrong,
It is
but
clearly under the basket hilt.
Mhm.
am I the only one thinking that this is effectively just a pre-corrupted Fulgrim?
Probably.
I don't know. It looks like Siegfried to me.
Yeah.
Or Griffin.
But then with the bestiary, we have things like the Tsukumogami.
I love it.
The Knight of the Fallen Tower.
I do like that big beefy shield.
Mm-hmm. They were effectively knights who had gotten greedy and a curse was put on them, turning them immortal, and they lost their sense of taste except for gold. But too much gold sickens them. They're cursed sell swords. Gold is literally their food, but if they eat too much of it, they get sick.
As one does when they eat gold.
If you manage to slay one and open it up, you'll find a small fortune in gold.
And then probably spend it on hookers and blackjack.
Maybe. Of course, that's the easy part. The hard part is, actually killing them.
True.
As it says, they're best simply bribed or avoided. But also, frog knights.
I mean, we do have onion knights and other kinds of knights, so why not to throw in a frog?
I've played one before in 5e when I still played 5e. That was fun.
Also, the Ruby Guardian, made by a wizard known as the Red Frenzy. who really liked the color red and really liked gemstones. And made this guardian to protect his treasures. Then we also have Wayne Wagner, who's clearly a tournament champion with all those flowers, and his fangirls. As well as Simone Ortegan. Okay, okay, brass tacks. Is that a bastard sword or a great sword?
Like, it has the sword length of a great sword, but the handle isn't long enough.
Broadsword, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not answering that one. I'm not much of a sword guy.
Then we also have the perpetual pinions. A weapon treasured not for its power on the battlefield, but for its ability to forestall death by old age to an indefinite degree. All who slay an enemy with the bow have the wrist of their draw hand-marked by the image of a phoenix's tail feather. Only 3 individuals with the tail feather brand can live at the same time. Whenever a new master takes up the bow, the first of the 3 alive at the time will burst into flames and burn until there's only ashes, from which rises a quickly vanishing ethereal phoenix.
That is one heck of a blurst weapon.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. You wield the thing, you're immortal. Until someone else wields it, then you're on borrowed time. And you might think, well, if that's the case, why would you want to use it? Because it's still a really damn good bow, and in battle, the bow turns all arrows fired from it into flaming bolts which burn hellishly hot for 10 minutes, even when doused with water or sand. When it strikes anything but the intended target, the arrow explodes into a 7-foot ball of phantasmal flame, burning only entities which are hostile to the bow's wielder.
Mine.
So basically, the bow shoots out lithium-tipped arrows.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well be rockets.
Yeah.
What do you mean might as well? Consider that it explodes on contact, it is effectively a rocket.
Mm-hmm. A rocket that doesn't have splash damage, it has splash damage, but it has selective splash damage.
It's more the splash damage that was in Duke Nukem or Doom.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cone rather than a big static explosion.
Mm-hmm. Then we have a short story about Lazara.
There's a lot of short stories in this book.
Yeah. That's how a lot of the story is conveyed. Also, a very nasty-looking Dolahan.
That is something.
Oh, that is one of my favorite designs for a Dolahan I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big and beefy to the armor and everything. No heads, and that cipher looks like it. You could pork someone with that thing.
What are you talking about?
Look at the hole.
Yeah.
The skull peeking out of it.
Yeah, and what are you talking about? No heads. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 heads.
It might as well be a Hydra at this point.
12 heads. It's doable.
Mm-hmm.
Heaven forbid, you pretty much I had to take on the 7-headed broodmother in the Kids of Memory.
Mm-hmm. But then we have Revetta, which was founded by a clan of horsemen known as the Urugen, and were the founders of what would become the Eastern Kingdoms. After a bit of after a bit of adoption from the Ragan, who are always few in number, the two ended up mixing, starting out as a partnership, then becoming full partners, and getting even closer until becoming a unified family. And looks like we got a couple bots, and they are already gone. But the Kingdom of Ravetta is run by the Urigan king, Taisheng II, who is a bit of a recluse, and is advised by the 6 families: Aoki, Takehara, Tsukihasa, Wu, Shin, and Zhao. The military of Ravetta is composed of the Lantern Guard and the Crimson Chargers. The Lantern Guard watch the walls and streets of Ravetta, armed with tonfa and crossbow. Whereas the Crimson Chargers are the standing army. And there is a bit of culture clash between what's known as the red-faced men and other ethnicities within Ravetta. But both the red-faced men and the Urigan treasure family above all else, as well as the passing of seasons. Although it does amuse me here that mornings come early in Ravetta, with cooking beginning as early as 3 a.m. in some households and restaurants.
Nice.
What are they cooking?
Buns.
Probably enough to help people throughout the day, because from the looks of it, this is a huge city, so the guard and everybody is working.
Mm-hmm. I'm suddenly reminded of those Navy cooks that have to make pounds and pounds and pounds of those runny ass eggs that soldiers go nuts for.
Mm-hmm.
I hate runny eggs.
Mm.
I'm not big on runny eggs, but some soldiers I've talked to, they will swear by the runny eggs. I don't know if that is legit or if that's copium, but I haven't pressed the question.
I mean, I guess it's better than an MRE.
Depends on the MRE. There are some, as I've mentioned, there are some that are good, some that are bad, and then there's vegetarian omelet.
No.
Jeez, like, what's going on there where you pretty much have to make a distinction between a normal omelet and a vegan omelet?
The last time I tried it, I couldn't finish it because, reverse gears. But I also have a few examples of some of the denizens. The bun peddler who of course, I do like that they say if you put up a good talk, you can likely get away with free food. But would you do that to such a cheerful smile?
It depends. How hungry am I?
Mm-mm.
Indeed. A good can motivate a guy to do just about anything.
The off-duty soldiers, nice. He'll gladly give you info as long as it's not of anything of military importance. Do not try to bribe him, as you're likely to get into a lengthy legal trouble.
So basically, you could go ahead and ask him where the best pub in town is.
Mm-hmm. And if you go into a tea house, you'll probably encounter a few of the educated old men.
They do tend to make the best tea.
Mm-hmm. I do like what they have for the disgraceful inheritor. They will insult you and insult you further by throwing money at you to try to dismiss the matter because money has solved everything for them so far.
I'd still punch him in the face.
Well, given the size of his head, that's you wouldn't have. It'd be hard to miss.
Then a short story on Hei Yan, who, looking at him, he is probably the last person who you should insult the T.
Goken, is that you?
Maybe.
Although I'm not sure if he is very much a he is a blacksmith who enjoys his tea and probably his wine, given that gourd on the ceiling there.
I mean, we do have the drunken fish, so why not the drunken blacksmith as well?
Given the amount of muscle you build as a blacksmith, especially in a lot of fiction, the idea of teaching a blacksmith drunken martial arts is a terrifying prospect.
Yeah.
And yet, when built correctly, he could be an absolute monster.
Then we have a particular thing with the weapons, including two weapons that are actually several weapons that are horribly underutilized in a lot of games. We have a Sunset's Cone, a 3-section staff, which I went out of my way to make sure was in the Legend Edition book, and a rope dagger, even though that's a chain, along with what looks like a wind fire wheel, just with crescents, which is interesting. And a saber that almost reminds me of a 9-ring saber, just without the rings.
The armor design is pretty flashy. Probably cost a fortune.
Yep. And then we have a thing on food and lodging. Rivetta is the city of 1,000 sauces. Soy, teriyaki, tanderato, black bean, oyster, plum, fish, hoisin, kusapno wine sauce, and any other sauce they can import from the north, south, east, and west, even if it comes from the kingdom of Larvena and beyond.
Oh my god!
Would be at home here.
Oh my god, they actually have poutine over there.
It is nearly impossible to travel further than a handful of city blocks without tripping over a local with a fresh bamboo basket full of pork buns, a noodle stall, or an open fire pit covered in roasting meat. Amusingly enough, each one of the men or women there has the only proper version of the correct sauce for whatever they serve.
My kind of town.
Every restaurant and food stall has their own variation of the town's fragrant teas as well. Some of their blends are a family recipe dating back centuries. Some even fetch as much as 1,000 gold coins.
I am suddenly tempted to make a Battle Chef character.
I mean, if we could get like a drunken smith, why not the Battle Chef?
Well,
or
we've already had a Battle Chef in Final Fantasy. His name is Ignis.
We also got one in real life. We call his name is Gordon Ramsay.
I knew you were going to say Gordon Ramsay.
And look, if you want a crib notes about doing a Battle Chef, just watch Food Wars. Half the work will be done for you.
Either that or like play Battle Chef Brigade.
I have played that. That's pretty freaking awesome.
I see that Go You here has a me-sized portion of meat buns.
Those some big-ass meat buns.
Well, when you got an entire city full of soldiers to feed, you can't exactly go small.
That's what she said.
Yeah,
And
I walked right into that one.
mm-mm. Also the Dream Fisher Don Shin, which I like that. If the design was to unsettle me with that smile, mission accomplished.
I could still fold her.
You probably could, but you gotta watch out for all those fish hooks.
Mm-hmm.
That shit better not tear my coat.
But we also have the bestiary, including things like the Gaona. I know some of you are looking at that and saying wood, but given that skull she's carrying, I don't know about that.
Reminds me too much of Devora from Mortal Kombat, so hard pass.
Mildred, let's be honest here. There's plenty of people that would still say wood, even if they knew the risks.
Yeah. Apparently,
Well, I'm not.
They nearly went extinct. But were extinct. Not extinct anymore. Or not near extinct anymore.
Again, some people are just too down bad.
Yep.
Fucking simps.
But then we have things like the luck dancers. As well as
the luck dancer has a lot of muscle.
As well as things like the guardian golems and the terror dancers. And if a luck dancer is repeatedly spurned, the karmic luck kept within them turns into hatred, which turns them into a terror dancer. And then we have a short story on Justine here, who
is that an anchor on her back?
I was about to say, I'm trying to figure out what that weapon is supposed to be, and that is the most anima weapon I've seen in this book thus far.
That is an anchor.
Well, why not? Everything's a weapon if you know how.
Yep. We also have a short story on Condil. The mask makes me think of the Firekeeper in Dark Souls 3.
I do like the Firekeeper from TS3.
And that is a very nice weapon array that I don't know why, but I keep thinking of Blade of the Immortal when I see that.
I mean, that's definitely some nicer swords, the sickles and throwing stars.
I do like that, but what the hell is with the bone pillar to the left here? I've been playing a little bit too much Symphony of the Night, if you couldn't tell.
No, correction, you can never play too much SOTN.
That is fair.
Though when it comes to this array of swords here, I'm reminded of those moments where somebody's told, okay, you need to put up your weapons if you're coming inside. Then and then it takes them a few seconds, then a few minutes, then a few more minutes. Then at the end, the person's like, where the hell did you fit all of those?
And the answer is yes.
Excuse me, sir. Weapons at the door. Tip of the iceberg.
It's like, sometimes you have bag of holding, sometimes you have tattoos of holding, and then you just have whatever that one guy had in Sinbad.
I think that was also used as a gag in Full Metal Panic with the whole, all right, drop all your weapons, and then Sosuke just has a pile of various weapons.
At least you came prepared.
But Then we have Tsukisa, which basically was a splinter of the people of Uh, it does bow to the Emperor of Taisheng, but it's clear that there's a bit of a complication. But we kind of had a legally distinct China earlier, so here's our legally distinct Japan.
Beautiful.
It's only fair.
Hmm.
I do love the cherry blossom petals on the pages.
Yep. It is a very spiritual place. Whether praying to ancestors for enlightenment, giving thanks 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. Saying a prayer in a matter of seconds, while some will pray for an hour. A lot of festivals revolving around spiritual practices. Hosting a great feast in the spring to thank their ancestors, visiting graves and sing or reciting poems written in the scrolls of their lineage. As well as frequent visits to the many shrines and temples, donating coins for the maintenance of them. Monks hold very prestigious places in society as teachers of both secular and non-secular matters. Children will be sent to live in one of the temples or monasteries for 1 to 2 years to aid in their spiritual and cultural development, many learning martial arts in addition to prayers.
It almost sounds like you'll be right at home there, Mildred.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know I made the joke about this being legally distinct Japan, but it's very... But I described this as more akin to the old capital.
Edo.
Yep. They eat a small breakfast, a big lunch, and a small dinner accompanied by rice wine. A lot of the timekeeping is done through the temple bells. Though there is a cult that believes the bells are a tool to keep people under control and have tried to destroy the bells to set the people free. I doubt they're well liked.
That would be a pretty interesting plot point in a campaign where the party goes into the town. They notice the normally hot-headed NPC in the group is a lot calmer, and then they put 2 and 2 together.
Although sometimes I go with the twist is there is no twist.
Mm-hmm.
True.
But when we have some of the denizens, the friendly lady is someone I'd probably be a little bit suspicious of.
Especially if she would be wearing purple.
They talk about loving giving tours around town while showing delicious dining and amusing entertainment to the city. Well-mannered and always friendly, you can't help but feel as if they're getting paid to do a job. Many romantic tales are told about these ladies, but often with unexpected details. But then you have the Ronin, a wealthy official, and a sensei. And a short story about Masataka, who is definitely I'd say he's an official, but but then I look at those arm wraps and I'm like, he's probably been in a few scraps. Then again, he is described as a swordsmith. And when it comes to the weapons, it is exactly what you'd expect. I do like that.
Give me the Nodachi. Give me the Nodachi right now. And that hammer I'll take as well.
Mm-hmm.
Really? No one's going there for the gun?
Oh, I'll take that too.
I mean, you gotta leave something for everybody else.
Mm-hmm. But then, of course, food and lodging is exactly what you'd expect it to be.
Rice,
Yeah, I would
fish,
definitely-
and sake.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely make a character that can cook, because between this one and the last one we looked at, I'm like, ooh, I've got so many ideas.
Yep. If they wouldn't have. I do like what's in the second paragraph here. The people of Tsukisa frown on those who do not finish their meals, believing it to be an insult to both to the one who cooked it and those who labored to create it. They don't have that problem with me. I am always the guy who's like, I am always the guy who finishes the whole damn plate and other people's plate if they're not finished.
I mean, given their size, that tracks.
That is a big bowl, I won't lie.
Mm-hmm. Are you talking about the sake bowl, or are you talking about the rice bowl?
The rice bowl. The sake bowl I have no problem with, because I feel like that's just standard fare.
Mm-hmm. Although I do like that they say drunks are often punished by being rolled onto the rice paddies at the edge of town.
That's one way to deal with them.
Mm-hmm.
I'll definitely sober them up.
Mm-hmm. Then we have a short story on Goya, as well as Yuki no Saru, who
We definitely need our
know.
Tengu.
I'll fold him and take the kiseru and freaking smoke it over him.
I don't know why, but because of all those swords there, I keep thinking of Benkei.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
But then with some of the bestiary.
Is that just an umbrella with a knife?
Yes.
Yeah.
There are.
This is definitely different from the umbrella demons I've seen in other games.
Yep.
Oh fuck, we even got drunken kappas.
Mm-hmm. Hey, all you have to do is just make the kappa bow.
Did they still have that infatuation with cucumbers?
It does.
Oh.
This Kappa doesn't look like he has that like bowl on his head though.
No, it's a moonwine kappa, so a different set of rules. They've had some hard times because of the crabmen.
They seem like halfway decent fellows. I'll leave them alone.
Mm-hmm.
But do the crabmen look like crabs and taste like people?
God damn it.
Then a short story on a bounty hunter known as Elissa.
Would.
I mean, she is a pretty... I wouldn't say easy on the eyes, but she definitely stands out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love a woman that could just straight up kill me.
Then,
all right, Spike Spiegel, slow down.
Oh. A bit on Shelby and Sadie. As well as Mandi and Kondil. A lot of bone monsters in this setting.
Yeah, I'm starting to notice that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, isn't that the chick from one of the first short stories?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, but then we have Taya's chain, a group of islands off the coast of Mhodica. It had a great civilization that has long since crumbled to ruins. But this is definitely a place a little less civilized than some of the other places we've seen. It's also one that has significantly more non-humans, with the Gagnarok and Egotith showing up here.
Ectolith.
Mm-hmm. The Igdolith have a very almost satyr-like appearance. We also have the Gokibito.
A humanoid today. What's it called today? Cockroach?
No, I don't think that. I think that's a
Beetle?
Yeah, I think that's a kind of beetle. And when it comes to the weapons,
Blow dart gun, almost a swallow, a boomerang.
mhm.
Looks like a Blanca knife.
It kind of looks like they took some. Oh no! Like most of this is like from like the Pacific Islanders almost.
Yeah, I was about to say it's Hawaiian or Pacific Island, definitely.
And then
It
there's
definitely has
that that I would call it a sword, but that is not a sword.
No,
That's
that's a
a mo-
macahuito.
Yep. Which
Yeah,
they may look like swords, but they're more like clubs.
yeah. That traditionally they have like tiger shark teeth on them, but this it looks
obsidian.
like it's some sort of
Yeah, obsidian teeth.
Mhm. Which is certainly hard, but brittle.
It's sharp
Hurts like hell.
if you even feel it.
Yep.
I mean, even if the obsidian does break, you still got the club part to bash away.
Yep. But when it comes to food and lodging, some of the races favor edible greens, fungi, nuts, and corn. But no mushrooms. Mushrooms are almost narcotic to them. They do, and a lot of their food is built on trading, where they trade their excesses for certain things they can't make.
So a lot of importing.
Yep. Gagnarok's favor roasts with a love of grilled seafood, stews, and corn tortillas and bread. Also making the bulk of the island's liquor and beer as well. Trading for any
Nice.
food they want for corn or libations.
So it's kind of a cross between Pacific Islander and Americas, like Native Americans.
Specifically Mayan and Aztec, it looks like.
Yeah, so a lot of the cultures around the Andes. Vagragoras scour the reefs for all manner of seafood, especially cuttlefish. And humans who live on the island add a eclectic bunch of cooking styles with a healthy dose of red wine that's imported. There are no inns or an equivalent in Tea's chain, but communities have a practice of creating 2 additional tents or huts or an extra longhouse in each village to facilitate expansion. They will loan them to adventurers in exchange for small favors. And almost all villages have a cookhouse where villages can exchange goods or currency for hot meals. Usually stews and roasted sweet potatoes, but also bread and roasted fish.
Kind of like the hub in Monster Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
I do like sweet potatoes.
But we also have a very nasty looking monster known as Balufrost right here.
I could take him.
With the
In combat, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
With the bestiary, we have the Vagragoras. These are the crab people.
I'm allergic to seafood.
Oh, wow. I could see the way they needed to come up with something special just to tell them to fuck off.
Mm-hmm. And of course, there's the Gagnoroks I mentioned before. A big reason for the masks is that they can project mind-altering illusions of their victims' own worst fears. Which they use to capture
voodoo.
their victims and bring them before the Loa. Oh, we're going with that, huh?
Oh, sorcerers.
So basically, those masks would allow us to project what it would be like if Toronto ever wins the cup.
Mm-hmm. It's also noted the dread-touched Gagnoroks will employ a strange potion that looks like bubbling blood. When fed to the already deadly jungle beasts, the animals will grow dramatically in size and begin to display a terrible bloodthirst that draws them towards the villages.
Oh shit. Giant growth and berserk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we have... And of course, another short story, this on Alethea, one of the natives of the chain.
You know what? What?
Yep. And Sir Garrot Dragonfly. Bold move wearing that much armor in a jungle. That's because he's a frog.
That's awesome.
I mean, you know, that explains why he's in the armor.
Materials will help you.
Oh dear, look, it's actually, probably like if the descendant of a frog from Chrono Trigger.
Mm-hmm. He's kind of a big guy, though. Oh.
That is one beefy ass frog.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it just be like four frogs in the plate armor.
But then we
It would
have
still be awesome.
Defina's castle, which is a broken land of broken people in a broken castle. It was neighbors with the Kingdom of Hydracast, attempted to launch an assault on Hydracast, and lost. Hard.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd say that especially the denizens here definitely have the most blatant form of that of that gothic horror vibe that we've been talking about. Especially Holden here, who looks like he's not far removed from Frankenstein's monster.
And I mean, there's definitely a lot of sickly purple, like they've been poisoned or something.
Looks like he forgot the safe word.
Mm-hmm. On the other hand, their weapons are certainly intimidating, but they look like they're gonna work.
I mean,
function over form. I get that.
But a lot of the people in this place are undead or stitched.
Or both.
And Havoculus is definitely the case. A dozen men did she seek. A dozen men did she
Oh.
test. A dozen men did she need. A dozen men of unparalleled deed. A dozen men did she take. A dozen men did she break. A dozen stitched as one. A dozen men, and the deed was done.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
luck at that, running into this guy in a dark alley.
A dark alley. He'd be the dark alley.
But then you have a few other bestiaries in the castle, like the stingers, which, yeah, that's gonna be pretty nasty. Or the barbed frog, which lives up to the name and has
Yeah?
3 forked tongues.
Oh, heaven forbid, considering how fast those tongues can fly. Ouch.
Yep, as well as other sewn together monstrosities like Handiak the Huge here, or Beta. And I know some might look at her and go wood, but given what she does with flesh, I'm staying the hell away from that.
I can fix her. I can fix her.
No,
I can fix her.
not me. I'm getting some Drukhari vibes from her.
Oh no, that'd just make it better.
Yep. And I know swords are your thing, but I think looking at Graveyard Sky here, I don't even think you'd touch that, Sig.
It's a cursed sword. I'd find a way to destroy it. It's a necromancer's blade, pretty much.
And it might be sentient. Actually, it more. This is Stormbringer in all but name.
Oh god, you're right.
It is an endless font of villainous intentions which can corrupt even the purest of hearts. In fact, it seems to be the sole purpose of its existence, the act of corruption itself. Quite possibly a thinking being, it goes about its work by drawing in those who are virtuous by nature, offering them the power to bring their dreams to fruition. Oddly enough, though, it slips through the fingers of those already tainted by evil intentions. Like, it starts with being able to raise a lost love, then progress to imbuing its wielder with greater power for each evil act they perform to reach their goal, until they finally commit the irredeemable act of murdering an innocent. Their victim rises as a thrall, and Graveyard Sky feeds the wielder potent necromantic energies, its own power increasing as the corruption spreads. Eventually the sword finishes its work and abandons its former master to die at the hands of their enemies, disappearing for a time, to sleep until the next perfect victim stumbles across it.
This is the kind of sword that I definitely would expect to find it in Berserk.
Mm-hmm.
Rumors of a counterpart, the Gallows Mercy, persist, a weapon that seeks only the evil of heart and redeems them by encouraging them to use their strength for good. But if it exists, it has been lost for so long, or so plain a weapon that has never come to notice. The Gallows Mercy would make for an interesting story arc if it exists.
Mm-hmm.
Soul Edge and Soul Calibur.
Yep. Of course, it's funny you mentioned Berserk, because we do have a thing on Berserkers. They are a type of stitch that is basically used as shock troopers, and when they're not fighting, they're asleep.
Yeah, so they're only kept unless they're coming out to fuck shit up.
Mm-hmm. Usually in the
company.
control of a enchantress. Some people will volunteer to be blood brew berserkers. And yes, they fight without fear of death, but you know, you will eventually run out of hit points. And in the middle of all this death, we have a guy who looks complete. I won't say completely out of place, but the whole castle feels like the kind of castle you'd see in a Souls-like game, with the inhabitants very much feeling like this. And Gearoid here with that expression very much feels like a Solaire.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his tabard is a pretty bright, given where he is.
Yeah. But then we have Falomir. Which Falomir is the oldest continuously populated region of Mhodica. And given the amount of trees, both living and dead, and the amount of mist that I see with the place, I was gonna say that this is where you'd get your Scotland, but the thing is, this place is not a civilized place. It is a place that is under the control of the trees, and messing around with necromancy, including its ruler, the Silent King.
So how many Silent Kings in fiction does that make now?
Too many?
Yeah.
But as far as denizens, you have the Knights of the Branch, who are less knights and more just legal thuggery. The Children of the Hidden Leaf. Basically, people kidnapped to be priests. Mostly to speak the wisdom of the old tree. Then you do have leaf keepers, who are often keepers of child runaways, smuggling them from house to house to avoid suspicion, until they're past an age where they'd be hunted by the priests of the old tree. And as an aside, this book really seems to like blacksmiths.
I mean, someone still needs to make all the weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the weapons, they definitely fit this sort of place, along with
Very
the
macabre.
armor. Mm-hmm.
Look at that bone flail.
Oh yeah. As far as the food, that is prone to confiscation by the Order. They can be described as decadent and modest. Of course, instead of being destroyed, it's common for Order members to greedily consume it themselves. So food is dressed to appear as plain as possible. The more dull and unappetizing the food is made to seem, the less chance they have of it being taken. While their dietary staples include easily preserved items such as salt pork, pickled vegetables, hams, and bogged butter, they'll occasionally have fresh meat brought in by traders, or available when an animal is freshly slaughtered. One of the few things that even the Order of the Old Tree turns a blind eye to is local beer. The brewers of Falomir are labeled geniuses who have turned every ingredient imaginable into extremely potent and flavorful beers and meads of every description.
Yeah, so that's what bog butter is.
Yep. And as far as the bestiary, there are, of course, bears, boars, and wolves, but also worse things like a mother bow, or the charnel vipers, the loam bogle, or banshees.
Steve,
Jeez, this
why
really
are
is
you
Ireland.
here?
Jeez, this really is legally distinct Ireland and Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing missing out are a bunch of fairies, but that's probably gonna get remedied later on.
But then we have Encablosa. I do like that. I do like the armor there. And Vulcanstrom. That is a big ass shield.
Yeah.
I mean, just carrying that to figure around in your armor, your back is a workout in and of itself.
Then also Scarlet. Gee, I wonder why she got that name.
Could not tell you off the top of my head, or hers.
It's probably her weapon.
Then Malachi, who is it seems that there's a few things that this book seems to like: blacksmiths and necromancers, or people who follow the old magic. And I don't know why, but every time I look at Malachi here, I keep thinking of Ciri.
If Ciri had lost her half of her left arm, no, I could see that.
Yep.
Oh, wait, no, that's just her holding the skull. Never mind.
Yep. Though, I will note, Malachi means messenger.
Rather, in this case, messenger of the dead would be my guess.
Or whatever, like Silent King.
Yep. But then we have a particular halberd known as the Ardent Catalyst.
Kind of looks more like a warhammer, or like a not like a war pick.
Yeah, I was about to say definitely a war pick.
Would you add that to your collection, Mildra?
I'm very hesitant about sentient weapons. Plus, I prefer making my own.
Well, if you ever need some extra scales, do you know where to find me? I'm always a Shen on the regular.
Yep. I'm certainly not going to be disturbing the sword on page 155, because that's clearly someone's grave.
I know. No. We're not grave robbers here.
But then we have the last of the major nations, or rather regions, Hydracast.
Again, disclaimer, I got nothing to do with this place.
Which was a powerful nation, but in the midst of that invasion, Hydracast wasn't spared either. In an instant, everybody died. As an ancient evil flew right past them. Only Umbria was left. And there isn't any civilization present in Hydracast. Umbria is still asleep in her room, preserved by an unseen power. And that also keeps the undead outside the castle. And because of that, there's not really denizens, because, everybody's dead.
Or undead in this case.
But there's the only people living would be Umbria and Lucent. But there's still plenty of arms and armor, and I do like what we have set up here. I mean, you have the
Ladiest.
It's an interesting mix of medieval and Roman Empire equipment.
Indeed.
As well And we also have another short story on Maven of the Ten. And it looks like each of the weapons that he has is meant to be one of the elements. I think that's meant to... It almost feels like it's a nod to the different magic paths we saw in Anima.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 10 swords.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, yes, technically there are 11 paths, but the 11th path is necromancy, which is opposed to all the other paths. Some of the swords here are pretty obvious what they are. Others, I'm not quite sure. The fire and earth one, that's pretty obvious, but what would be the equivalent of, say, essence, creation, or destruction?
Destruction is probably like that black one.
I'd say destruction is the one that's a collection of shards. And the pink one that looks like a bunch of crystals is probably creation. But undead are not the only thing to worry about in Hydracast. You have the Red Hive Gokibitos, who... Actually, I take it back. The Gokibito, especially with that setup, probably have more in common with ants.
Mm-hmm.
I fought this enemy in Dragon's Crown.
Mm-hmm.
Which means there's probably a queen buried somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Then Abyssal Lords, which is self-explanatory. Aria Skeletons. Skeletons exposed to the Aria of Ruins. Which gives some skeletons a measure of intelligence, it appears. And the Gokibito Hulks, which, self-explanatory there.
I mean, he is pretty big and beefy.
Mm-hmm. And surrounding by all this death, we have a single bard named Dia. But the latter part of the book is a lengthier story known as The Forgotten King. Which, obviously, I'm not going to read through the whole thing, though I do like the image of King Kairos we have here. And Aniltha, which... Yeah, that looks like something that's going to be end boss if I didn't know any better, as well as Queen Rhea. And the last bit is the stat blocks for the various characters and the like. I do appreciate that the stat blocks that we have here are presented in a way where it wouldn't be too hard to use them, but obviously the version that I'm most interested in is the version in Anima. It is a little disappointing that the D&D and Pathfinder stats are more monster stat blocks instead of PC stat blocks. Well, with some exceptions. And this kind of thing goes on quite a bit, and then the special thanks. I do like that it looks like these were written by hand instead of just text.
That's a nice personal touch.
Indeed.
Yep. And at the end is a follow up to that crawl at the start. What gives you the right to restore life to this creature? What gave you the right to try and take it in the first place?
Get up so I can kill you again.
And
That was such a good fight. I want to do it again.
so, what do you guys think of Luminous Echo from just what we've seen? I know we skimmed through quite a bit.
Honestly,
I do like the world.
I mean, it definitely gave us enough to go ahead and pick a region and see if and create your own adventures while having enough of a sandbox that they ain't going to railroad us.
Mm-hmm. There is definitely
how-
that.
Yeah, I like how it's all fleshed out. I like how each one has a distinct culture and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And appeals to my love of food and cookery.
Something else I find interesting is this particular setting. I know that they use D&D and Pathfinder, but I feel like a setting that leans far more into dark fantasy or even horror fantasy would work better, which Anima can certainly do that. But instead of using D&D or Pathfinder, if I was to use a more contemporary game, I'd probably use Shadow of the Demon Lord.
There's a name I haven't heard in the longest.
I still haven't ever looked at that. I keep hearing about it.
I've covered it in the past. And it is a interesting beast, but it's kind of funny that a lot of people look at the absurd power of Anima and think, oh, this is some epic fantasy DBZ kind of thing. Then you look at the actual setting and no, it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. If anything, this would be like right at home in a new continent in the world of Gaia.
There is the implication that Gaia is one part of a larger world, so you could make that work.
I could see that, but at the same time, like Gaia does have equivalents of the things added in this book. So if anything, like the different regions, towns, and stuff could just be towns in Gaia itself.
Mm-hmm. But this does continue that trend of a very gothic fantasy style of play. But with that said, we're going to take a short break, and I'm going to set up the thing that I've kind of been building to for about 9 months.
Are y'all ready to get angry?
Yep, brace for pain, folks. Brace for
I'll get the booze.
brace for pain.
Right?
See you in a few. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Now I know WilliamSRD here has a decent amount of subs. If there's anybody I have to blame for me knowing about this video, I blame Riona. She introduced me to his video on Sword World, which the title alone already started to make me raise some eyebrows. I looked at the rest of his stuff. The main thing that he did was cover the non-tabletop side of D&D in a lot of cases. Things like the SSI Gold Box era of PC games. Then he started to branch out into other TTRPGs, but it's clear there's a bit of D20 brain rot just from the naming conventions of some of the stuff. And like the Sword World video, which we will get to in a few weeks, I guarantee you that.
Oh god, no.
And this video, he can't keep D&D out of his mouth.
Apparently, recently though, he pivoted to 40k content,
which is easy.
Mm-hmm.
Like 40k lore content, big whoop. Everybody does that. I could probably do that if I was so inclined. I don't do that because I feel there's enough people doing that, like whether it be Bricky or Pancreas No Work, that I'm like, what can I do in that particular situation that is not just me doing what everyone else is doing? I will note at one point I had thought about doing a retrospective on the 40k TTRPGs by Fantasy Flight, but I nixed it because I was trying to figure out a way to do it in a way that wouldn't have me overlapping a lot. Because the problem with doing 40k content is if you're just doing lore, it's going to get repetitive.
Mm-hmm.
I will credit Pancreas No Work in the fact that the do or don't videos that he does, he goes into the way certain characters or factions work on the tabletop, which a lot of other lore channels don't do.
I mean, that's just something about the Warhammer community as a whole. You have one side that likes the models and may or may not care about the lore, and then you have the people that like books and may or may not care about the models.
Yeah. At the very least, it's something different, is what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like Tex, but he's not the only BattleTech the YouTuber that'll pay attention to, because there are certain aspects that others will cover that he won't. But the other reason I'm not is because there are other settings and other universes that I feel deserve more attention. I'm not going to do what everyone else is doing for its own sake. Like I really want to do videos on Legend of the Five Rings or RuneQuest, for instance.
Fair.
With third edition on the horizon, maybe I'll do like a one-off about Thea. You know, because just dealing with the continent of Thea, never mind the New World or Cathai, there's a lot of variety to go around in that place. And I know I've always wanted to do something on Exalted. It's just a matter of time and place. But if I'm gonna do lore content, I needed to find some way to make it unique. And I always get a little annoyed when a certain game is described as D&D but blank, because that's setting the wrong expectations.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about anime here.
Yeah. Because, no, for example, I've seen people call Where's Blade D&D meets Gundam. If you end up saying that,
the
you're
hell
gonna
are they talking
confuse the
about?
fuck out of people. Because Where's Blade is a lot more lethal than people think it is, for one, and two, the style of mecha that it's going with has far more in common with 5-star stories or Escaflowne than it does Gundam. Once again, it took me 9 years to admit that I'm a journalist. And somehow I'm a better journalist than people who are journalists on sites and YouTube.
Well, you see, Monk, you haven't gone to the level to actually go to school to get a journalism degree.
Yeah, they did, and clearly they're not using it. But I have I know it would be tempting to say, oh, it's just someone's take. Why do you care? I need to make clear something about my policy. I do not care one bit for individuals who are very sloppy when it comes to how they're presenting things that may play a factor in someone's purchasing decisions. I do not like it one bit. And the video here is an hour and change. We're only the first half of it we're going to focus on. The latter half is covering Gate of Memories, which we've already covered. But I have to note here, the title alone is already putting me in a bad mood.
Yeah, I fucking hate it already.
Yeah.
D&D for Spanish Weebs.
And then on the thumbnail, it's Anima, the Spanish Weeb games.
Now, yes, I'm a filthy fucking weeb, and I admit it.
Well, oh, really? The VTuber being a weeb?
Guilty.
We're all guilty of that. We're all guilty of that, and that's not the point. The point is that saying a game is for Spanish weebs, even if it isn't intended, that is going to come off reductionist. That is all. That's the same reason why I brought up the whole where people are saying Where's Blade is D&D meets Gundam. Not only is that reductionist, but it also is completely misleading.
And it's fractally wrong.
I think he did this. William did this similar thing with Shadowrun, and A here did a double take when I brought it up to him.
Yeah, because Shadowrun and Dungeons and Dragons are so fucking similar. Absolutely. You know, from how they calculate stats to how the dice are rolled.
It is one.
You said it yourself, Mildra. D20 brain rot.
Yeah, I would liken it to trying to say that CMLL or New Japan Pro Wrestling is WWE but Mexican or WWE but Japanese. Which, if I were to say that in some forums, I would get the shit kicked out of me, and I would rightfully deserve it. But see, because not only do you have completely different cultures, but completely different styles. It's the problem with trying to reduce everything to just one entry within a medium is you're dealing with a medium, not a genre. Imagine the silliness if I said that a given comic book is like Batman but blank, as if I was using Batman as a shorthand for the entire medium of comic books. Or I've told I've told you guys about the Infinity incident where some 40k players thought that they could use 40k logic in an Infinity match and got tabled.
No, like it, especially Infinity. Infinity is like you have to put a lot more thought into how your units are moving around, and then the AROs.
Mm-hmm. And the AROs are basically the way that the game is yelling at you. Use cover, you idiot.
Wait, did they just straight up not use cover?
They did the open charge like you could do in 40k. Which I warned them which I warned them about before the match. I told them, do not go in charging like an idiot. You're going to get turned into Swiss cheese.
Especially Infinity, like it doesn't take a whole lot to drop a model. Most drop models have 1, maybe 2 wounds at most.
Mm-hmm. You have very squishy models with very high damage weapons. You had a similar thing with Fragged Empire, which that game goes out of its way to say use the terrain, dumbass, because you're not taking HP, you're taking damage straight to your stats, like in Traveler. You are squishy. You are very squishy. But I suppose another example of the same kind of pattern is like when Tekken players tried Virtua Fighter 5 Revo when that hit PC, and learned the hard way that it's not the same thing. And I've seen cases where people try and take certain games and try to apply D&D logic to them, and then get mad that it doesn't work, even when they're warned that it's not going to work. And when I've told them it's not going to work, somehow I end up being the bad guy in the process because they didn't listen.
You know, it's sometimes most folk just shoots the messenger.
And then they act surprised when the messenger shoots back. Usually, I've sometimes told people, don't shoot the messenger because the messenger has bigger guns than you. Case in point, the Lex Arcana incident, where I specifically said, "Don't make a combat-heavy character, or you're going to be sitting around with not much to do. This is an investigative campaign." One person got mad at me. I told them, I gave you 3 warnings about what you were going to do, so you can leave.
Yeah, that's definitely on them for not taking into account like the genre of the campaign that you're doing.
I outright said, you are not Spartacus, you are Mulder and Scully. That should have been the deadest of dead giveaways, what I was asking for. Because Lex Arcana is far more investigative than... That's not to say there's no combat, but combat is not the sole focus. But anyway...
Cthulhu is more in investigation as well.
Cthulhu is more pure investigation. Combat is present there, but generally not a good idea because you are squishy.
And you usually die in one shot.
Mm-hmm.
Would a cult Cthulhu fit better?
They didn't have a whole lot of RPG experience when it came to this particular table. So I used popular media as a parallel instead. If they had a few games under their belt, then yeah, I would have brought up Call of Cthulhu, but that wasn't the case. But anyway. You guys have your drinks ready? You guys ready for pain? I think I've stalled this long enough.
Get angry.
I think
all right.
my pen's gonna run out of ink before we finish.
Let's do this.
Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch. Let's go.
In a book,
boy.
you're reading Ergo.
I don't like this guy
Beyond
already.
Fantasy is Spain's homegrown D&D competitor.
It is not a competitor. Where the fuck did you get that idea? I'm only 10 seconds in, I'm already yelling. Just
Brace
because a
yourselves,
game
everyone.
just because a game is fantasy does not mean it is a competitor. Zig, you and I put up with this bullshit on Twitter a few days ago with that one guy who was like, if you're trying to make a fantasy game, don't because you can't dethrone D&D, and like nobody wants to dethrone. Nobody's interested in doing that. They just want to make a game they want to play.
Yeah, I remember that, and I'm still pissed off about it.
So this has got to be a record for me getting angry, and I'm usually not the one getting angry.
You
Anyway.
know,
We've got 30 minutes of this. Let's keep going.
A Spanish tabletop role-playing game franchise inspired by Final Fantasy.
Bullshit!
He got one thing kind of right. He's improving.
it is a tabletop RPG.
I wouldn't say inspired by... Saying inspired by Final Fantasy is a bit, reductionist, though.
Fraud!
I would... Like, when it comes to console RPGs, I do remember Carlos specifically mentioning Suikoden. And you can kind of see it. Hell, even I brought up Suikoden as well when I did my review. Jeez, I did that review 7 years ago.
Than that, Anima is one of those tabletop games that has successfully made the jump to being a multimedia franchise.
He's improving. He got that right as well, but it was kind of built into that from the get-go. Like when we got in the West, we got multiple projects at once.
There's a card game, a miniature game, and a trio of video games.
And
We
my
are
pen is out of
assembled
ink.
here
Wrong. There are only 2 video games and 1 expansion.
today to discuss one of those spin-off video games, Anima: Gate of Memories. But for now, let me introduce you to the franchise at large. What is this thing, and how did we get here? Why have you never heard of this system?
I know why you never heard of it.
Despite it being a big enough deal to have a video game franchise built off of it.
I feel like that's a... Part of me wants to say it's a little disingenuous because a video game was always the goal, and it's all everything that Anima has been, and I made this clear from the episode 1 of this podcast, is the brainchild of Carlos. He oversees the video game. He's overseen the pretty much everything Anima.
There is an English translation
but
of
to
this
play devil's
tabletop
advocate,
game, but it's never really
does
gotten
he
that
know
much
that,
attention out here.
Ain't gotten much attention, but I have seen the core books around. Long time ago, but I have seen it, and I'm kind of regretting that I didn't get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get plenty of jealous stares over the fact that I still have my physical copies because those things are expensive.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But the whole it's never gotten that much attention bugs the hell out of me because of the fact that the rating of much attention is skewed and almost a weasel word. So once again, still angry. If I were so inclined, I could probably put an anger percentage meter.
That would be funny.
I may have to do that if I do one of these again.
Despite being released in 2005 and having never received a second edition,
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Yeah? I mean, what? Why does it need a... He is correct about the revised edition. And but I don't see why it never getting a second edition after being out since 2005 is an issue. Unless he's operating under that logic that after 5 or 10 years you need to do a new edition, which you don't really. Although there are some games that have been out for longer that that probably should get a new edition. Rifts.
We're never getting another Rifts.
We have Savage Rifts. I know some purists don't like it, but Rifts will eternally be my whipping boy.
Anima remains popular mainly in the Spanish-speaking world, and a little bit in France. It has a reputation
Also Germany.
for being a pretty rough system in terms of its crunch. The
I covered this 7 years ago, and I said this is very much building on Rollmaster. And when it comes to its crunch, I believe Anima is a system that is front-loaded with its crunch. Once you get past character creation, it's not that tough.
Yeah.
But for somebody who who for the longest time knew nothing but D&D, of course it's going to be quote-unquote rough. And I'm not saying that as an elitist. I'm saying that as somebody who has seen people approach games and say how complicated they are, but really they're doing what I call 500-foot vision. They're looking at everything from a bird's eye view and not at the individual pieces.
character creation is particularly brutal, with most people bouncing off there.
Bullshit.
William, you seem to be the type who would probably tell me for 2 hours about your optimized build, so I don't want to hear a peep.
Yet, most die-hard fans defend the actual depth that the system allows, and insist that the core gameplay is actually quite smooth once you've gotten past the initial setup.
I love the backhanded comment he put right there.
Oh.
Or backhanded compliment.
Yeah.
The second edition is apparently being worked on to streamline things, but it will apparently remain a pretty crunchy RPG.
When you're dealing with a game that is going to be freeform, you're going to have to deal with crunch. Legend Edition has been accused of being crunchy. And I've maintained it was always going to have to be a bit crunchy because of the goal.
It's still awesome to run.
Mm-hmm.
The system or hate it, the mechanics are not what makes Anima popular. People love the setting the best, and having given it all a read-through, I can see why. There's something here that you don't find elsewhere, and what makes it special is how much the base setting lies to you. Fundamentally, Anima is a high fantasy game that includes an oppressive...
It is dark fantasy. It is not high fantasy. I think I made that clear throughout this podcast. The world of Gaia is certainly not a high fantasy setting.
No, it is dark, oppressive, shit sucks, and if you're in best case scenario, shit stays the same.
Inquisition determined to make you think that you're playing in a low fantasy setting. That's right, the Spanish tabletop system is very much about an Inquisition.
Really?
I mean, the joke is right there. Like, I'd be surprised if somebody like him wouldn't take it.
The joke is right there, but it's done so uncreatively.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I didn't expect that. Leave a comment below if you did. This setting has like 3 layers of knowledge. The base stuff that most people know presents Gaia as a very specific kind of world. And then there's the stuff that the church doesn't want you to know about, and you're like, oh, okay, I get what kind of world this is. But then beyond that, there's this layer of other stuff that even the church doesn't know that they don't want you to know, and once you know that stuff, it completely recontextualizes everything in the second layer. Anima is like an onion. It has ogres. It has layers. Right here is where I would usually be giving you guys a sponsored ad slot. But not today. Because today, I finally get to announce a project that I have been working on behind the scenes for around 6 months now. That's why I'm so proud to announce The
Can we
Shade
skip
of
it the ad?
an 8-episode long dark fantasy audio drama. inspired by the writing style of FromSoft.
Seriously?
games.
You just compared Anima to a high fantasy, and now you're shilling for a dark fantasy. It's almost as if you know the difference between the two, and yet you still got it wrong.
Yeah, skipping that bullshit right there.
Page
Willfully
and help us
ignorant.
build momentum, or if you could just spread the project around to your friends.
Best of luck to the project. I won't be listening.
I am so excited to show
I mean,
you all
by
this
now it's
dark
probably
world
already been
that we've
out.
built. Thanks so much. Now, let's get back to Anima and the world they call Gaia. Let's re-acknowledge right off the bat. This setting is heavily inspired by Final Fantasy,
Bullshit!
Still wrong.
and it does a really good job at selling that vibe. Anima, however, is meant to more thoroughly blend that Square Enix style with Western tropes, and the result is a niche but well-beloved setting.
Please stop using niche, because it's clear that niche is just shorthand for anything other than the world's most litigious role-playing game.
Still stuck on the
core
Final
surface
Fantasy
level
shit?
world is pretty tightly themed, but is meant to open up a lot with secret gods and ancient schemes. It's a world with an oppressive magic-hating church and inquisition, and then there are the magical adepts and species who flee and try to resist. That's the dynamic. But it's actually
There's
Not
a lot
really.
more than just that. There's a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Not to mention how
He's
if we don't try to keep things under wraps, we're trying. We would just evolve back to a wartime scenario that everyone wants to avoid.
like
The-
this guy's completely omitting an entire faction.
I think when we covered the setting of Gaia, I think the approach we said is we're dealing with a universe that had just had World War I on steroids, and everybody is trying to make sure that that doesn't happen again. We are dealing with, like, think of the first few years after the Treaty of Versailles, where the big conflict is over, but it's not really a victory for a lot of people.
Everyone's still licking their wounds, and no one wants to start World War II.
Well,
Mhm.
Victory.
there was one group that wanted to start World War II again.
Yeah. The reason I use World War I specifically is, sweet, man-made horrors beyond my comprehension.
not as clean as all that. The
No shit!
Empire is awash with different factions with contradicting duties, missions, and philosophies, so witch hunting often gets caught up in the politics.
The big conflict with the Empire is which of the principalities that were under it acknowledge Elisabetta. That is the best way to describe it. It is a succession conflict. You have some people who accept Elisabetta and some people who don't, and that's where you get things like the Azure Alliance. And the stuff on the new continent, they're like, we're way off from the Empire. We don't give a shit.
Some want magic to be free, others want it destroyed and forgotten, and one faction even wants it destroyed, but also preserved and memorialized.
I think he's talking about Tol Rauco, which Tol Rauco is part of the church, but maybe it's just me, but it does bug the hell out of me that he's focusing so much on the magic question when that's only one part of the equation and not even the biggest part.
It's almost as if this guy came in like saw how prevalent the church is and put his own misgivings and projected it onto the setting.
Especially that we got plenty of other factions who's doing, well, other things that are just as shady, if not more so.
Yeah, I get the idea of using the church the way say religious institutions are used in say Warhammer, but that isn't the case here. If anything, the Empire and the Church barely get along. This is not a theocracy at all.
Mm-hmm.
They used to get along perfectly fine. Not so much these days. You can thank El Hazred for that.
At all levels of world understanding, though, there is a very clear lack of a good guy in Anima. To be honest, Anima in many ways reminds me a lot of Warhammer 40k role-playing game.
Okay, what the fuck? Rollmaster was right there. What the fuck are you doing?
Mom, the audience may not know about Rollmaster.
Then it's his job to teach. No simpy. Absolutely no simpy.
Mm-hmm.
Carlos has been very blatant about the fact that that they were drawing upon Rollmaster, and there's a lot of DNA of Rollmaster within Anima. Least of which being using a roll high D100. With one exception, the Warhammer 40k RPGs have all used percentile systems. The only exception to that is Wrath and Glory. And Soulbound, but that's Age of Sigmar, and look, I reviewed Soulbound years ago. That's as far as I'm gonna go about that.
Nobody likes Age of Shitmore.
Mm-mm.
I'm sorry.
At
Age of Shit-
most, it's like at most Age of it should have been its own setting. It shouldn't have had anything to do with Warhammer. It probably would have been a lot better.
This may be something for a deeper discussion down the road, but I will simply state, I think Age of Sigmar would have had a better chance if it were not for the end times preceding it.
Yeah. Nobody liked the end times.
The end times really poisoned the well.
Mm-hmm.
We did get Ninth Age out of it, which is a very good miniatures game that's also completely free.
Games like Dark Heresy and Imperium Maledictum.
So, if of all the 40k RPGs that you could have gone with, if you're going to take that approach, you pick the two most wrong ones to go with. Dark Heresy is investigation focused. The central premise is you are acolytes of an Inquisitor. You're there to investigate stuff that isn't big enough for an Inquisitor directly, or would cause problems if an Inquisitor intervenes directly. Because, yes, Inquisitors have unlimited political power, but the problem is every Inquisitor has unlimited political power. That's the check. And Imperium Maledictum is basically Dark Heresy by way of Cubicle 7, so same problem.
Which share remarkably similar themes.
How?
If your friends are all weebs, but you've wanted to get them into Dark Heresy, you can probably play Anima instead, and you'd have a pretty good compromise.
Proceed
No, you
with
would
the
not.
guess there.
No.
No.
No, you would not.
Anima's way more combat focused than Dark Heresy.
Not to mention the power scaling in Anima, it just makes Dark Heresy look like it. Yeah, Dark Heresy is just like Junior League.
It's the equivalent of comparing Dark Heresy characters to Death Watch characters and expecting them both to be able to function on the same level.
And there were ways to convert, but it wasn't very elegant. I think that's the reason the tier system was introduced in Wrath and Glory, to address the matter of, what if you wanted to have acolytes working under a rogue trader? Because the minimum level with Rogue Trader was significantly higher than Dark Heresy. But the point is that even putting aside that one is a gothic space opera and the other is a dark fantasy, even if I were to use Warhammer Fantasy, it still wouldn't fit.
Anima's definitely a dark fantasy with strong anime influences.
Strong anime influences and also strong, I won't say gothic horror, that's not right, but gothic tragedy.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
especially given some of the stories in the video games. Like, somebody needs to give Nameless a hug. Just with all the shit he's been through.
And the bearer.
Yeah, although, if you give the bearer a hug, then Ergo might get jealous. What's he gonna do? He's in a book.
What's he gonna do? He's just going to slam it, break my nose by slamming it.
It's
Yeah,
likely
death by
a fresh
1,000
setting to
paper cuts.
all of you guys as well, so you get to do some huge lore reveals that blow people's minds.
Once again, given what I've seen of the guy, what counts as fresh is a very low bar. Plus, if you're playing a game like this, you're going to be dealing with people who are genre savvy anyways, so it's kind of pointless to go in that direction. Like if I'm running Anima personally, I'm running it with people who, even if they don't know the setting, they understand similar genres, so I'm not going to blow their mind.
Mhm.
Honestly, same thing if you're running the world's most litigious role-playing game. You're going to be running it with people who, on some level, understand the fantasy zeitgeist. So I
Mhm.
don't see the point.
But enough beating around the bush. Let's lay out the 3 layers of this setting. The distant past is wrapped in fog and sin. Empires rose, and then they fell. The mightiest one of all, they called Solomon. And then came Christ. Yes, that's right, this setting just straight up has Christianity in it. Don't worry, you're gonna learn to love it.
You know what I say earlier that this guy obviously just saw the church and just presumed, like put a bunch of his own prejudices against it. Yeah.
Reaches for sword with malicious intent.
Not to mention that shot that he picked it out for. Yeah. He deliberately chose that one out of the myriad.
Christ emerges. He's Jesus, and so he does Jesus things. You know, all the stuff that Jesus does, like sharing, healing the sick, being racist towards elves, that sort.
Wow.
I got nothing. That is just a stupid statement.
Yeah.
Hey,
you know, all the
mister,
stuff in the normal Bible.
how
The
much
Empire of Solomon,
stuff
a
have you
land
got
of
shoved
sin,
up your ass?
looms large. Christ's 12 apostles spread his message all across the world. But when Christ himself came to the walls of Solomon, he was betrayed by his apostle, Iscariot, who was paid 30 sinful black coins for the betrayal. Christ was crucified atop the walls for all the world to see. His apostles split off and continued to spread the word, forging 11 holy kingdoms determined to live by the holy words. But there was a 12th kingdom called Judas, founded by Iscariot. For 200 years they schemed and plotted and prepared to destroy all that was holy. The descendant of Iscariot, a powerful king named Ra, finally attacks the world. He has assembled sorcerers, mages, demons, and an ancient shadow-aligned people called the WilliamSRD's, whose queen he has imprisoned in his castle. A queen named Noah Ark. One by one, the Holy King
Laid it on too thick. I think I could say the same about you. But I find it very, very telling that he did not bring up one of the big selling points that Ra had for why he was able to get the WilliamSRD's on his side. He promised to remove their allergy to metal. As we talked about in the past, direct exposure to metal for WilliamSRD's is deadly. Best case scenario, they just get sick. Worst case scenario, they disappear. which again ties into that whole Gothic tragedy that I mentioned before.
Kingdoms fall until none are left. The exiled armies and refugees find themselves uniting behind a young hero named Zoran Giovanni. Listen, I try not to date my videos with references that people might not get in like 3 years' time, but
Then
damn,
why put them in?
sometimes the IP does it to itself. Zoran's emergence
it's
and
almost
brilliant
as if this
leadership
guy has a
bloodies
very
the nose of the Judas armies.
particular world,
And soon Ra himself takes his elites and...
Yeah, I know a lot of people have tried to pull the whole... If there's one thing that's really fallen out of favor and become almost cringy in some cases, it's the church is evil motif. Because a lot of
it's done to death.
Being done to death is one problem. The bigger problem is that it's done uncreatively a lot of times. And oftentimes by people who could best be described as Reddit atheists. And yes, I'm including the Emperor of Mankind in that.
Mm-hmm.
Because his whole thing of trying to destroy faith to destroy chaos is very small-minded.
And look at where we are now in 40K. We got a bunch of fanatic girls with their guns.
Well, that's a whole other story. But I think about what I did for Project Gaia, where religion wasn't destroyed, just the old gods were. But people worship the Eidolons, but the Eidolons are like, we are not gods, but if you're going to worship us, fine. Whatever. As long as it's not worship going towards the old gods, we don't care. Because people are going to turn to objects of worship no matter what.
That's just human nature.
Leads to the front. It was enough to slowly begin beating Zoran back once more. Yet, leaving the capital of Judas undefended was a mistake, and rogue Duxarists managed to free their queen. The entire species deserts from Ra's armies at once, and soon, the armies of darkness are crumbling.
I feel like it's a massive misstep to not bring up why the Duxaris being on Ra's side would be a big damn deal, because putting aside their allergy to metal, they are stronger, faster, and the like than humans, and have innate magic. Or in some cases, innate pyromancy. So it feels
obvious that this
reductionist to just bring up, oh, this was the race that he aligned by kidnapping their queen. No, again, the temptation was the allergy to metal. Sorry to cut you off there, A.
Yeah, it's obvious that this guy came into this, and before even finishing reading the lore, he's like, "Oh, hey, I already have an idea for my video."
Mm-hmm.
He's
Ra,
trying to be funny
knowing
and
that
failing.
the end is coming, lashes out with one
I
final
would even
dark
say he's trying to be
spell,
funny.
nearly destroying the world in its entirety. Zorn was left to put a broken world back together, and to ensure that dark magics and creatures could never again threaten humankind. An inquisition was founded, as well as the Knights of Tolrauco, who were meant to preserve and memorialize the ancient creatures whose time was now over. Zoran would spend the rest of his life uniting humanity and forging an eternal empire. 8 centuries of peace, prosperity, and surprisingly little internal unrest passes. And
Not really, because the way he says it here, he makes it sound like he united all of Gaia. He was able to get a good chunk of the old continent and some colonies in the new continent at most. But it's not like it was 800 years of constant peace.
There
I
were
mean, it was-
different lists.
I mean, like, it was more peaceful than what they just than what they were just dealing with, but that doesn't mean it
Yeah.
was completely peaceful.
No,
What-
there were
and-
definitely skirmishes happening here and there.
What there wasn't was open, total war. Because everybody had just gone through the War of God and didn't want to go through another thing like it.
For the
Since,
first
you know,
time,
the whole
there is
world nearly fucking
finally a
exploded.
bad emperor who reigns with terror and malice. The lords rise up against him, and
He wasn't... Calling him a bad... I know who he's talking about, and calling him a bad emperor is a bit not true. Because he ended up going mad due to bad advice. He effectively got worm-tongued by El Hazred.
Again, it feels like this guy already had an idea for the video before he was done reading the book.
Oh yeah.
one of them,
King
Elias,
Leoric and
takes the
Lazarus
throne.
from Diablo.
It marks the end of Giovanni's rulership over the Empire. But whatever protection the old bloodline gave to the Empire's stability did not extend to Elias. He was an able leader, but soon found himself caught in a schemer's web. Elias became enthralled by a beautiful abbess named Eljarid. Her station was the highest a woman could earn within the church. But Elias more or less out of nowhere declared her the new Supreme Archbishop. Essentially, the new Pope. The Empire began to rumble with discontent immediately. Sexism, yes, but also, what blatant corruption it is for the Empire.
Was it sexism, or was it more of this woman that nobody's heard of all of a sudden shows up as the new archbishop?
Again,
Buzzwords. That's why he picked the word that he did.
Emperor to elevate his
It's
mistress
El
to the
Harid.
Vatican throne. Eljarid gleefully used the powers she'd been granted to hammer down on all dissent. It seemed almost as though she wasn't truly trying to hold power, but to destroy as much as she could. Nations seceded en masse from the Empire. It was barely one step below a global civil war.
A lot of this conflict was relegated to the old continent, so no, not global.
Yet before it could come to such things, the Emperor's own daughter, only 12 years old, began pleading with her father to see reason. Elias, in a frenzied haze, attempts to kill his own daughter for treason. Yet her loyal court tutor protects her and slays the Emperor. And this is the state of the world where the tabletop game begins. The impossibly stable Empire of Abel has
Did you really have to call it impossibly stable? That feels like one of those sneak disses.
it feels like it kind of just again. It's like the guy was like, "Oh, hey, I gotta go make sure my r/Reddit rep stays, and r/atheist rep stays good here. I can't go and actually be objective."
His mouth was working on autopilot. His brain was probably elsewhere.
Yeah. Now, if it's the fact that I think he's hung up on this idea of, oh, you had no conflict for 800 years, when we saw that wasn't the case. It just wasn't wide-scale conflict.
It was small, localized, and like everybody on all sides tried their best to limit it.
Mm-hmm.
fragmented, and a child empress has taken the throne. Across a narrow sea, the Azure Alliance prepares to defend their newfound independence and break up the Imperial Heartlands. You play in a world of gathering storm clouds. The Church and Inquisition seek to root out magic as they always have. Yet, with war on the horizon, many are willing to accept arcane help under the table.
One small problem: the Church and the Inquisition don't get along. In fact, the Church, the Inquisition, and Tolrauco don't get along.
And then, we also have have like I forget the name. All of the supernatural creatures, like they still exist and they're an
Um,
active faction.
yeah,
And then of course we have the
especially
magic
in
punk folks.
yeah. Samael is the organization you're thinking of, and
Yeah.
you have them operating in areas where the Empire's control is lessened because of the fact that the further out from Archangel you go, the less control the Empire has. And as an aside, maybe he'll mention it in a minute, but I find it very amusing that there is one name he hasn't mentioned at all that could have taken the throne and refuses. Lucanor.
Well,
See.
there's also the Weisencraft as well out there making moves. And the
Yep,
Black Suns.
Yep, Weissenschaft as well, and Dark Sun. Let's see if he brings those up. If not, I will.
But the forces of magic have been growing stronger and harder to ignore every single year. Ancient creatures from the time before man are beginning to reincarnate, birthed in half-breed forms from human mothers.
They're not Nephilim are not half-breeds. They are reincarnations. If I were to use a Weeb example of them, I'd bring up the reincarnation effects of elves in Black Clover. That's really the closest parallel. A half-breed would imply, like a half-elf would be, a human and elf parent. Nephilim are not that. They're born to human parents. They're just reincarnations of the many, many dead supernatural creatures during the War of God. So once again, I have a very strong problem with the way he words things.
The old order will not hold, and you are right at the center of it all. This is, on its own, a pretty reasonable fantasy world. Factions within the Empire and the Azure Alliance, complicated political schemes, monsters, and magic left unaddressed by an Inquisition that struggles to adapt. This is the layer of understanding most people in the world of Gaia live upon. Yet, basically every single anima party will already be 1 foot out this door at game start. Everybody else believes that magic isn't real. Meanwhile, for you guys, it's incredibly unlikely that you won't have a single magical character or species in your group. Even if you're
You don't know that?
just a character who draws upon the forces of Ki, the world also considers that to be magic. You may not know much, but you
No. Ki is its own thing, magic is another, and psionics is a school in and of itself.
If he's not to mention the fact that there's an abundance of Ki users all over Gaia, and it's not treated as with the same suspicion as a mage is.
Yeah.
Like somebody who uses Ki is not going to force a calling of the Inquisition. So I see where you're coming from when you say oh he read a few paragraphs and then got an idea in his head about what the game is.
will basically start the game knowing that Layer 1 is a lie. And sooner or later, you will begin to learn about all these things that have been hidden from you.
Like clothing, apparently.
Wow. You're absolutely right. It's just no clothes exist. The very anime-inspired TTRPG is not afraid to go and have everybody be wearing trench coats.
It'd be really embarrassing if he had anything about Red Sonja or Conan. That'd be embarrassing.
She probably
Yeah, that would
he
be
probably
really
would
embarrassing.
die. It probably would die off an aneurysm if he did.
Or anything by Edgar Rice Burroughs where they were wearing even less.
Fair.
Below the common knowledge comes the understanding of magic and the fantastical species of the world. This is the knowledge that the Order of Tolrauco preserves, and the knowledge that some members of the Inquisition might have a working understanding of. And it starts in a way that you might not expect. Magic is ancient, sure, but humans predate it all quite comfortably. No one knows what happened to the old world, the world.
That is not the case. Magic comes from souls. Comes from the soul flux. The idea that humans predate magic is completely wrong.
And bullshit.
Of technology and civilization.
Also not true.
We wandered our own broken ruins at the dawn of recorded history. And then
You might be able to make that argument with some fantasy settings, but not this one.
Are we sure? Are we sure he's talking about Anima and he didn't just grab another Spanish RPG and just presumed it was Anima?
You may be onto something there.
I doubt he grabbed Aquilare. I don't think he has the stomach for that.
And in a curious turn of fate, we were found by the unknowns. What were they? Gods? No, not truly. For these beings are in fact orders of magnitude mightier than the beings that the people of Gaia call gods. They did not arrive for any other reason but to observe us. We were so vibrant, but so flawed. Hundreds or thousands of these cosmic entities arrived simply to watch our little apocalyptic soap operas.
Really, William? You're comparing the Anima to being a Weeb game, and yet you're comparing this game to fucking Pokemon.
He's
Also, I love the blatant SRD with the unknown that he spelled out. I'm like, good God, way to freaking fillet yourself.
It's very much like this guy's trying to be a bookie, or the guy from the Adeptus, a ridiculous podcast, but he doesn't have the charisma for it. Yeah, he doesn't have the charisma for it,
and
he definitely doesn't have the tone of voice to pull off these quote unquote jokes.
Comedy is 90% delivery. And I get that I think what he's referring to as the unknowns is Ciel and Gaia. But Ciel and Gaia aren't unknowns. They're basically the cosmic force of light and darkness. Not good and evil, just light and darkness. And I think he's trying to go with this idea that this sort of thing happened in the earliest times, but he seems to be conflating those earliest times with the post-War of God eras. So, pick one.
But eventually, they could not resist trying to make creatures of their own. Humans were so interesting, but perhaps they could be improved. The unknowns began molding a better human. Stronger, more in tune with magic, their souls and their destinies grander.
Self-awareness to that lacking or something?
This feels like an attempt at a joke, but I'm not laughing.
You know, I'm happy we did this video at the end instead of in the beginning, because I think we'd all be in a too bad of a mood to give the other one.
Oh, there's not much, and Dragon, there's not much of an Anima wiki around.
Yeah, that's part of the issue too.
And what he's referring to is the fact that there is a higher level of beauty when it comes to things like the Sylvain and the Duxarist. He specifically bring up the Duxarist, which, again, this is the problem when you're skipping over the fact that Ciel and Gaia are light and darkness. The Sylvain are light elves, the Duxarist are dark elves. Not in the D&D sense, but in the Norse sense.
But the flaws in humanity were what the unknowns loved best about us. These superior humans, therefore, were twice as flawed as humanity. Their emotions thrice as potent. These powerful and unstable creatures were called the Duxarists, and they were enough for a short time.
Again, no mention of the Sylvain.
Because the unknowns could hardly contain themselves after such success. Humanity was their muse, and a frenzy of creation would soon begin as various unknowns began to create things inspired by us. Elves were created from our legends. Demons were sculpted from our fears.
I'm pretty sure that is very, very wrong. I
It
might
sounds
be
wrong, and I barely studied this.
from what I recall, the Sylvain and the Duxarist were made at the same time because they were made by the two fundamentally opposite pillars of existence. So that's basically what Ciel and Gaia are.
It would be weird narratively for them not to be made at the same time, especially if, the light and darkness decided to make races.
And as far as
yin and-
unknowns making demons, I'm pretty sure that's also wrong as well.
I don't even know which book I'd have to look into to confirm or deny that.
Dragons, giants, beast folk, gods, kami, spirits, our mundane little world was flooded with the creations of our admirers.
Pretty sure that all those things, as well as worse things, and some of the stuff in the War of God existed always.
But these dreamers all had different visions for the human world. Visions that were quickly coming into conflict. These unknowns turned upon each other in a flurry of violence. A cataclysmic war in the heavens that wiped out these unknown creators.
They weren't wiped out. They disappeared after intervening once. And no one saw them since.
In the end, only two and their courts were left. Those who remained might not even have been actual unknowns, for the book tells us that the survivors might instead have been weapons used to win the war in the skies. We cannot know, but the two remaining, each with a small court of followers, were Ciel of the Light Court and Gaia of the Shadow Court.
That is wrong.
I'm not even mad at this point. I'm just disappointed. It's like this guy went and made a hour-long video, and he's like, "Oh, hey, I'm just gonna chat GPT up this script real quick and then voice over it."
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, my sympathies are to anyone that are trying to make a drinking game of every time he's wrong. You might want to stop now while you still can.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just
It's quite
got nothing.
Lovecraftian
I can only
in a
take
sense
so
to
much stupid
realize
at
that
once.
these were
Calling it Lovecraftian is
wrong.
also wrong.
It's definitely a choice.
the survivors who felt that their vision aligned enough that they could coexist. All of those dead factions that perished during the war, they were anathema to both good and evil. The world itself was left untouched, however. The elves, also known as the Sylvain, began to drift towards Ciel, and the emotional Duxarists gravitated towards Gaia. Neither
Still wrong.
Neither court really sought dominance over humanity, though. We've a good parent and an evil parent, and they are both extremely proud of us. But the brooding Duxarists, believing in the dark virtues of Gaia, soon set out to prove themselves the mightiest. They began a world-shattering war of conquest. Gaia surprisingly did not assist them, and in fact, slightly favored the other species. He quite liked all of these people that the Duxarists were conquering and butchering. In the end, Gaia's neutrality sealed the deal, and the other species all rallied around each other to crush the Duxarist Empire once and for all. They would never again reach such heights of power. The Empire of Abel would call everything before the rise of Christ the Age of Chaos. But it doesn't seem to have been a particularly chaotic era, just chaotic compared to like a single unifying empire.
Are you sure about that?
It probably is, otherwise you wouldn't have made an entire video about this.
I feel like that was, again, an attempt at a joke, but the delivery is not there.
Civilization
I don't even
grew,
think it's a
and
joke. I
technology
think he actually
improved
believes it.
immensely. Ciel and Gaia both began to interfere less in the world, fearing that Gaia's teachings in particular had caused the last war. Neither of the two wished to be gods, just guides and observers. With the heavens cleared of competition, many mortals reached levels of power not seen before or since. Mortals became creatures that others could look to as deities. It was an age of myth, magic, and
Wait, no mention of the Lords of Light and Darkness? Which, something that has its own chapter in the RPG?
I don't even think he read the book. I think at most he just read the different like table of context like entries and it just came up with a story with that.
We're past the halfway point. We can go further. We can do this. Joy and happiness. Joy and happiness.
heroes. High fantasy at its loftiest form. Things began to change with the rise of Christianity among the humans. They began secluding themselves from the
Again
other
with this
species
shit.
and told themselves that magic was sin. See how
You know, I know he's trying to do this whole magic is evil like you might have seen in, say, Dragon Age or the like. Or even Warhammer. The problem with using that magic is evil argument is in both Dragon Age, in Warhammer, and in this setting, in Gaia, there is a legitimate counter argument.
Well,
Magic.
you see that. Well, you see, like if he were to bring that up, that would ruin his entire argument.
Yeah. There are plenty of things on the magic side of the equation that would be world-ending calamities. Least of which being Omega. But he's not the only thing in that category. There's a lot of stuff that's locked up because they couldn't destroy it. In fact, that's the other thing with him kind of skimming about Tolrauco. A lot of the stuff that Tolrauco has locked up is stuff that can't be destroyed.
There's also Ergomontus, who's also like quote unquote the ultimate weapon, and he's sealed.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost as if he didn't really read the book. He just presumes it's like, oh yeah, like these Order of Knights are making a museum, not a prison, to keep the stuff that cannot be killed from running around or being used.
Mm-hmm.
and Gaia were not particularly concerned about mankind worshipping a new god, for neither one of them was a jealous deity. They also had their eye on all
Gaia is not evil. In
It's
fact,
just
the book is very blatant about the fact that calling Ciel or Gaia good and evil is a vast oversimplification of them. They are light and darkness.
Sun and moon, both are neither good nor evil.
Mhm.
All of creation, not just humanity. It meant that they reacted far too slowly to the rise of Judas and the invasion. Ra and his villainous empire seemed the second coming of the Duxarist Empire. They were intent on wiping out all of the holy kingdoms and even banishing the courts of light and shadow to free humanity. Ciel and Gaia start scrabbling to try and help the holy kingdoms and forge an alliance between them and the Sylvain.
That didn't happen.
Is there
The
anything
horror of
we
all,
haven't
the
said at this
Christians
point?
plug their ears and refuse to even open up diplomacy with the creatures they deem evil.
You know how you talked about doing a drinking game, I think a more apropos
that was
drinking
not
game
me.
That was me. I
Yeah.
mentioned the drinking game.
about the whole the religion is evil narrative. I think you could do a shot with each of that, because Ciel and Gaia did not act until the last second when Ra's spell was about to go off. And it was up in the air about whether or not the spell was starting to manifest, i.e. the spell was half finished.
All seems lost until Ciel and Gaia meet up with some other power brokers to discuss this young Zoran kid who's rallying the armies. Nice work on that kid, says Gaia. I'll back him too and we can get all this fixed up. Wait, I thought you did that, exclaims Ciel. I haven't been backing that kid. The two of them realize in shock. Zorn Giovanni is just that good. Anyway, after his initial victories, Zorn was the first leader to finally accept help from the Courts of Light and Dark, as well as all the other fragmented species across the world. The war went the same way it did in the previous tier of knowledge. The Duxarists freed themselves, the army crumbled, and Ra cast a spell that broke the world. At this level of understanding, one more thing becomes clear though. Ra's spell consumed the majority of the magic on the planet. Huge swaths of the world were left blasted out and entirely mundane. Most supernatural creatures withered and died now. After this last alliance against evil, there was some small reconciliation among the species, but not much. It was less D&D and more fantasy Balkans. Zorn talked it over with Ciel and Gaia, and they came up with a solution. Humanity
After Ciel and Gaia intervened, they never showed up again.
would be given the lands that had been most thoroughly drained of magic. This was their world, after all, and it was the forced introduction of magic by the unknowns that started all of these mass wars. The other species would be given the parts of the planet where there was yet enough magic for them to survive. Barriers were put up to keep the different creatures apart for everyone's safety. The superstitious humans made a name for all of the places and realms beyond the barrier. They came
That is completely wrong.
I'm pretty sure this guy just found anima, realized there wasn't enough people in the community to call him out on his bullshit. So he's like, "Oh, hey, I'm just gonna make this video and kind of shove my own worldview onto this setting."
Yeah.
Which means we're the ones doing this to him for the first time.
I would hesitate to be the first time, but
I'll get to that in a minute, but I do find it I know he's trying to hint at the layers thing, but I am surprised that I'm surprised that he got this far in and not mention even once the powers in the shadow. Or that they were the ones who put the barriers and divided the world that was into three. And the reason
it's almost as if he has a giant hate to boner for the Church, the Imperium, and the Inquisition.
Or rather, the idea of them. I think he saw Inquisition and his mind immediately went to the 40K Inquisition and went and filled in the blanks on his own.
To call it Hell. From there, Zoran began reluctantly rooting out the magic from his realm, but trying to preserve the memory. He knew magic would come back one day, for the energies that were consumed by Ra's spell would eventually begin to replenish. The history of the Empire then largely proceeds as you heard about it in the first tier of knowledge. Elias and Eljared tear the Empire apart in its final days, and now, at game start, it has to try and put itself back together again. Ciel and Gaia both are just watching as humanity acts out their dramas for all eternity.
Ciel and Gaia haven't done anything. They've all but disappeared. So acting like they're just watching is not true.
They're happy to only step in if it looks like we're all gonna die. There's a lot of nuance and myth to learn here.
Ciel and Gaia are effectively taking a nap at this point.
Pretty much. And I noticed he said there's a lot of nuance and myth to learn. Why aren't you teaching? That is the question that's at the back of my mind. I'm reminded of when Razorfist did that introduction to BattleTech video, called the setting a lore rabbit hole, and barely elaborated on that. If you're going to be introducing people to a setting, that is your job.
This is why I prefer Sven to do for lore.
Oh. Sven goes into the most detail possible that one could ask.
All of it hidden by the Inquisition. It's quite satisfying to...
It wasn't the Inquisition that hid it. Not all of it.
Uncover, and there's a lot going on. In particular, players are going to be absolutely stunned to realize that Hell is just like full of elves and fairies and stuff.
Hell is full of a lot of things, and calling it elves and fairies and stuff. So we're just going to ignore the things like the soul clock or the technologically advanced setting that's hidden on this barrier.
Yes. Because again, it would ruin this guy's narrative.
We'll be equally surprised to see humans again after all this time. But there is one layer even deeper than the magic and mythology, because the history of this world from the beginning has been guided by a trio of impossibly complex secret societies.
You just had to go there.
Yeah.
The lore is not clear when the three secret societies were born. Were they born from the powerful mortals of the Age of Chaos? Were they remnants of factions from the war between the Unknowns when they destroyed themselves? Or were they even older than that? Remnants of humanity's lost world? None of that is known. Perhaps the leaders of the organizations know, but certainly no others. Whatever they used to be, they are now the Illuminati, the Technocracy, and the Imperium. These secret societies rank far, far above the power rankings of the petty deities and spirits born during the Age of Chaos. In fact, they nearly rival Ciel and Gaia. Mere world dominance is not their goal, for such things could be accomplished in paltry hours. They've largely divided themselves up cleanly among the species. Duxarists with the Illuminati, Sylvain with the Technocracy, and the Imperium with humanity. As such, we don't know much about what the other two want, but we do know more about the goals of the Imperium. They want, well, Imperium. They want a united humanity living in one peaceful state. They don't seem to actually seek to dominate humans, they just want them united. Whether this is a goal they seek for its own sake or as a stepping stone to a greater goal, we do not know.
It's an experiment. It's been an experiment for centuries.
I said much earlier that anima is a high fantasy world pretending to be a low fantasy world.
And you were wrong. It is a
Again.
gothic tragedy of a fantasy setting.
How many times did this guy have to repeat himself to convince himself that it was true?
All
I
of them.
mean, just browsing through this guy's Blue Sky account, it doesn't take him long. It wouldn't have taken him long.
I'm afraid that, too, was a lie. Anima is a sci-fi setting, pretending to be a high fantasy setting, pretending to be a low fantasy setting.
I mentioned this at the first episode of this podcast. That a lot of people have brought up the whole, it's X trying to be Y, trying to be Z, trying to be Alpha. And a lot of people point that as a failing. I have stated that in doing that kind of genre blending, Carlos has a better understanding of the type of genre mixing that we see in media across East Asia, anime and console RPGs being no exception, than a lot of people who are claiming that, because, and I think William is operating under a similar metric. That metric being genres are supposed to be segregated from each other. And
Yep.
we have had several cases of this idea put forth. I could bring up the original Wild Arms, which people think is a Western that then goes into science fiction materials. I could bring up Star Ocean 3, which definitely takes it to its furthest extreme, but you get my point. And even in a lot of the classics, there's always been this mixture of nature and technology and the complex relationship that they have. Like how many of the old classics from the SNES had a villainous faction who was using advanced technology?
Chrono Trigger.
The Empire and Secret of Mana.
Yep, Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, Final Fantasy VI. The list goes on. And instead of just sticking to one genre, if anima is blending those, that's why I say it demonstrates a better understanding of that concept. Something I hope to do next month is discuss what it actually means to bring console-style RPG motifs into TTRPGs. Because a lot of people think, oh, just rip off Final Fantasy and you're done. And I feel like that's not accurate.
Like if you want to do it right, you gotta understand. Like you gotta look at what's the word? Like you gotta look at the homework that Final Fantasy did to get it to its point.
Mm-hmm. Which I think I very much did. But one of the things you have to unlearn is the idea of trying to emulate one genre exclusively.
At that point, you're just doing an archetype and not a story.
Well, the reason why I say a lot of people who say just rip off Final Fantasy are kind of missing the point is you do that and you're just going to have a pale imitation.
The Imperium and the other factions are advanced beyond all reckoning. AI, gene modding, the fusion of magic and machine, they can do it all. And they've been able to do it since before recorded history. The Imperium tried once to share their technology with the rest of humanity. They backed the Empire of Solomon in the Age of Chaos, and gave them 30 black pieces, each one a data disk containing knowledge of ancient technology beyond comprehension. Solomon grew mighty, industrial, powerful. But the Imperium began to grow displeased, for the Empire of Solomon used the advanced technology not to uplift the world, but to dominate and enslave it. The Imperium retreated into itself to try and address this new data point. It would seem that enlightenment does not unite anyone. Another approach must be tried. Humanity shall instead be united through ignorance. Ancient records were opened from the time before. There was once a story that united humanity in ignorance. It could be reenacted, reborn. The Imperium wiped clean their mistake, blitzing through the Empire of Solomon in little more than an afternoon. Minds were wiped.
Hey, he finally got something right.
Records destroyed, and the greatest civilization in known history was reduced to a mere husk, no longer having the knowledge to power their own machines. Curiously, despite the scouring, the leaders of Solomon were able to hide away the 30 black pieces. The Imperium was hoping that they'd been broken during the downfall. Their old protege now defeated, the Imperium crafted a new one. A creature was built of flesh and machine, a cyborg handcrafted to fulfill an old legend. They called him Abel, but humanity would give him a different name, Christ. You know we're in a settings deep lore when we're talking about cyborg Jesus. Powerful apostles were...
Was that supposed to be a joke?
I'm not laughing.
If
If this
it
were a
was,
comedy club, I'd be getting out the tomatoes.
Tomatoes. I'd be throwing rocks at this point. Like this guy.
to a
This guy, like, it's not even like funny in a monotone sense. Like, it's just like he's just saying things and expecting people to laugh. Like unironically, like this video probably would have been more bearable if he would have added like a laugh track at each one of his so-called jokes. Because like Jesus Christ,
He is committing a cardinal sin when it comes to trying to cover something as an entertainer. Oh. I can't remember who said this, but I remember one of the principal people behind Ghostbusters had said, even though it was a comedy, the act of hunting ghosts was not to be the joke. The joke for him is, look at this weird fantasy game from Spain. Isn't it weird? And that is anti-comedy.
yeah, and also it's like, oh by the way, I'm a card-carrying member of r/atheists.
Yeah. Now, I've certainly made some jokes in this podcast, but I don't think I've made a single joke where observing the absurdity of anima is the joke.
I mean, our jokes at least serve the purpose.
assist Christ in spreading the word that the machines and arcane learnings of Solomon were abominations in the eyes of God. But, like the old legend, this Christ too must be betrayed. The Imperium, looking on from up high in their great invisible floating castles, which, yes, they have those by the way, they began to manipulate Iscariot to sell Christ out to Solomon. He hardly felt like himself when he gave away his friend and mentor to the Solomonites. While the world put itself back together again,
You really seem to like this image, William.
and the Imperium began grooming 11 holy kingdoms to unite, Iscariot burned with anger at the Imperium's manipulation. They had used him to kill his best friend, all to spread a lie. What the Imperium did not see coming in their plan, however, was that Iscariot would be paid for his betrayal with 30 black pieces. Solomon may have been too diminished to make use of them, but Iscariot was powerful. He pored over the knowledge and built a new Solomon in his kingdom of Judas. He set to work on a machine that would put his world to right, an engine that could kill the Imperium and all the gods. Yet, he would not live long enough to see the machine complete. But his
Hey, he got something right. That's 3 things he got right so far?
descendant, Ra, did. It would take a great sacrifice to free humanity. Millions of people would need to be killed to fuel the machine, but after paying such a price, humanity would be free of its manipulators, allowed to choose their own destinies without catering to the whims of distant, unknowable lords in the sky. Ra's war took the world by surprise. He gathered up the creatures of darkness, yes, but also machines of war that humanity was forbidden to create. The Imperium gathered together with the technocracy and Illuminati to explain the situation. So, we did kind of act really openly in the world, and we did give them a bunch of secret technology, and then...
Again, this text here, this feels like a case of point and laugh at the absurd thing. When, as somebody who's very well familiar with the cosmic side of, say, Marvel Comics, this is standard fare. Hell, this is standard fare for a lot of wuxia work and tianxia works I've seen.
This is standard fare for a lot of D&D settings.
Yeah.
Need I remind you that the world of RuneQuest is a cube in a cosmic ocean.
We accidentally leaked all of that knowledge to someone who wants to kill all of us, which, you know, that's our bad, that's on us. Well, one of the other factions said, well, okay, at least it was not a complete fuck-up. I mean, you managed to get shit under control a little bit with whatever powers you gave Zoran Giovanni. What? Said the Imperium? I thought it was one of you guys that was helping him. Yo, Ciel and Gaia, you helping that guy? No? Nobody's helping that guy? And the secret societies realized. Zoran.
Problem with that. Zorn was also part of Imperium's manipulations. He was another experiment.
So I want to point out, this is a little bit of callback. You remember in the very beginning of the video, and he's like, "Oh, hey, I have to make this joke," and then he put what's his face, the mayor of New York, on this guy, on Zoran.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to point that out. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. Overplaying the hand, I suppose. But Zorn Giovanni was Imperium's attempts to try and fix their own screw-up. And something that he doesn't mention is that Ciel and Gaia were not happy. The reason why the powers in the shadow backed off was because they were pissed.
I mean, when mom and dad are pissed, are you gonna argue?
Is just that good. Zoran's war once again proceeded as normal. But yes, he does have help going forwards from the secret societies to help match the power of Judas. Ra realizes that his dream has failed. He hasn't killed enough people. He hasn't captured enough souls. In his last gasps, he makes a tough choice. If he couldn't free humanity, he would just have to put it out of its misery. He turned the machine away from the heavens and toward the planet of Gaia. Tens of millions died, but the machine wasn't charged enough to end the world completely.
I'm pretty sure that's not how that worked. It wasn't a case of if I can't free humanity, I'll just destroy them. It was a case of he was trying to aim it at the powers. It's just that the thing didn't finish.
The gods and societies united to stop the blast before it could end things. In the aftermath, the Imperium realized that they had accidentally succeeded at uniting humanity behind Zoran, so mission accomplished, everybody! At the behest of the gods and other societies, the Imperium agreed to the great partitioning of the world. And also they agreed to not be so reckless or blatant in their manipulations in future. I mean, nobody wants this to happen again, right? But rising from the ashes of Judas stands a single survivor. Ra hadn't used his machine to kill so many and deplete so much magic from the world only for the sake of destroying. The souls and magic were all funneled into one being, his adopted daughter, Elgered. Devastated, she went into hiding and waited centuries for her chance to strike. The Imperium gleefully went on. their rivals now distant and humanity now united. But such humanity was destined to shatter in time. For Zoran wouldn't live forever, and none but he could keep an empire like this together. The Imperium created an apparatus of machine parasites to infect the brains of the great movers and shakers of the world. It was a step below true mind control. Humanity was left to rule their empire their way, but tweaks would be made at pivotal moments.
Well, you got that kind of right. Kind of.
Anytime a second son would stare angrily at their brother and think, you know what, if I can kill that guy, I get to take the throne for myself. The brain bugs would then zap that guy into not starting a civil war over nothing. Even so, the whole situation was quite oppressive, and inevitably kept humanity in 800 years of decadent, hyper-religious medieval empire. Reform was next to impossible. Change was impossible. Revolution was impossible. Humanity was nowhere near free. And then Elgerid returned, still hyper-empowered by Ra's machine. It's not clear if she was manipulating the Mad Giovanni Emperor, for the book explains that the mind control apparatus was beginning to fail as mankind grew resistant. Whether it was her pulling the strings, or the Empire finally experiencing the full unblunted force of a spoiled despot, the Empire threw him off, and
The control was just a case of it was failing due to time. That's really it.
Yeah, like this guy is just the most classical interpretation of a progressive. It's like, oh, things shouldn't stay the same. Things need to be constantly changing. We have to progress. We can't stagnate.
With the asterisk of we have to progress in the way I approve of.
Exactly.
put Elias upon the throne. Not much changed in this part of history. Elgerid manipulated Elias into giving her power. Power that she used to tear the Empire apart from within. But her real target wasn't the Empire. It was the mind control apparatus itself. Even failing as it was a tool of subjugation. She shattered it as the Empire focused upon Elias and his death. Then she slipped away unseen. The Imperium at game start is running around in an absolute panic. Their mind control no longer works, and their eternal empire they spent all of history trying to make has just suddenly blown up for no discernible reason that they can find. They will be ham-fistedly trying to bring it all back together as humanity finally rediscovers the fractiousness of free will. And Elgerid, a sorceress of power no human was ever meant to hold, prepares for the next phase of her scheme to defeat the Imperium. She takes her place at the head of the Azure Alliance and prepares to fight this war on land, in the heavens, and in the shadow. The legacy of Iscariot has never been closer to victory, and that is the actual truth of the setting. It maintains the no good guys dynamic. The Imperium certainly has a lighter touch to their world dominance compared to any others that I've seen in fiction. They're just straight up trying to create a peaceful, united world. But they also stomp on everything that makes humans human in the process, and they want to lock our potential down into the Dark Ages forever.
Once again, they have been attempting to unify, but it's all been experiments. The book made that pretty damn clear. All the attempts to try and create a unified humanity were a series of experiments in different form, with many failures. And he probably would have been able to realize that if he didn't have a Reddit atheist mind.
Elgerid, on the other hand, is all about human freedom and potential, for all the violence that comes with it. But if she's anything like her father, she's probably willing to pay prices that are just too high to achieve her goals, however admirable those goals. And then there are the other societies who are now poking their nose back into the Imperium's neck of the woods.
Really wanted to make her make her the good guy.
Say again?
You could really tell that William really wanted to try to make her like the good guy here.
The problem is she also manipulated the Emperor into being a despot.
Yeah, it's almost as if he's either one, didn't bother finishing reading the lore, or two, purposely left that out to fit his worldview.
He's also left out Lucanor, who his whole goal is to try and break out of Imperium's shadow, but that's a little inconvenient. As well as the fact that by all rights Lucanor should be on the throne, but he has insisted on not doing that and instead running Weissenschaft and running his particular province.
Mm-hmm.
Now that it seems like everything is starting to explode again, and the overwhelming majority of these details are way, way beyond the comprehension of the players.
Fuck you. Miss me with that soft bigotry of low expectations shit.
I love it. There is a clear and understandable shadow war with distinct ideologies that players will spend years desperately trying to untangle, if they learn of it at all. So,
How
Don't
aware
let it drop.
how aware the players are is a GM situation.
when you
And
crack
William,
open this obscure
Don't try to
Spanish
drag us into your
anime-inspired
level of
gamebook,
dumbassery.
that is what you're getting yourself into. I have a high opinion of this world and setting.
Do
Now
you?
I want to read this book out of spite.
think it's pretty
Does
dang
this
cool,
guy have a high
actually.
opinion?
Nah,
Could have fooled me.
Because because
it's been
thus
around
far
20
it's like
years
at
since
most,
Anima was first released.
Okay.
And since then, it's become a multimedia franchise. In fact, it's not unfair to say that the tabletop has taken a backseat. Far as I can tell, there actually hasn't been a tabletop release at all since 2012. I'll be real with you guys, when I started looking into this franchise, I did not yet know about the 2011 Ark of Sinners game that released on the Wii. Had I known, I would probably have covered that game instead. But since I only became aware of it much later, we are instead digging into 2016's Anima Gate of Memories. What?
And that is where we're going to cut it off. Because I've already covered Gate of Memories. Thoroughly. As well as the Nameless Chronicles. And there is not a whole lot he can say that I haven't already said. In much more detail. So,
Again. Come on, Mail Drop.
let me close that out. So, before we wrap up for the night, I do apologize for putting you all through that. I tend to not put people through bad media if I can help it.
I mean, it's not bad because it was bad. It was bad because the guy obviously wanted to go and push his message. And the fact that the Anima Project YouTube was like, "Oh, thank you so much for covering this," even though it's like he absolutely butchered the setting and ham-fisted his own preachy bullshit into the video.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Mildred, we're all buddies here, so we don't have to mind to the effectively to suffering with you a little bit, as long as it's, shall we say, therapeutic.
Yeah, it's more of a personal principle thing for me. It's the same reason why when I was doing the Parliament of Geeks, I made sure that I wasn't intentionally putting people through anime that I knew was not good. Because yeah, it's bad. We'd know that. What else is there to really say in those situations? But the vibe that I get out of this is the kind of intellectual laziness that's akin to when someone thinks that they are very smart by saying, "Oh, DBZ is nothing but yelling for 30 minutes." and then calling the series overrated. But the fact that he started off by calling Anima an obscure Spanish RPG and Spanish D&D for weebs, he already put himself on the wrong foot and only dug down instead of up.
I feel like I lost more brain cells than when we did Fabolt.
Honestly, this guy and Rooster belong together.
I don't want to be there when that happens.
Neither do I, because even I have my limits. But like, let me see if I can list off a few things that he missed. The entirety of the way supernatural power works, everything about artifacts, Weissenschaft, Dark Sun, the other races beyond the Sylvae and the Duxarist, everything. Even though we don't have a lot of info in English, a lot of the stuff with the new continent. Talking about how difficult the game is while not going into any detail, something that I did almost a decade ago. Pretty sure there's a few other major things lore-wise that he completely skimmed over because it didn't fit his narrative.
To play devil's advocate, even though I really don't want to, we did stop the video halfway through, and he could have gone and talked about artifacts and how magic works in the section that covers the game.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that part is just on Gate of Memories.
So wait, so he doesn't even bring up that, even though the fact that the entire game revolves around this this magic book.
Yep.
Yeah, no, like this guy just wanted to go and make a little video to go and make sure his r/atheist cred stays high. So he looked for the lowest hanging fruit that has that is at the bare minimum recognizable enough, while at the same time, like with a small enough audience that people weren't going to go in and flood his comment section and downvote it.
Also, I don't think he was that much of an atheist. I think he was just trying to feed the algorithm gods of YouTube.
No.
See, I thought that too, and then I went and pulled up his Blue Sky.
And I'm guessing it is all the stuff that if someone were to say that in my server, they'd get warned and then kicked for violating Rule 2A.
It wasn't that blatant, but it's like there's a pattern.
He was teasing the line.
Yeah.
And it does provide a good case in point to why I repeatedly say I do not respect activists.
Yeah,
because
no,
the activist mindset, everything has to revolve around that activism.
I mean, if there's nothing wrong, they got nothing to crusade against.
Mm-hmm. And and like you said earlier, it's very clear that he wanted to have his particular good guy, even though he's outright said, and this, as far as the whole, there are no good guys. This isn't like, say, 40K, where you can really make that argument because everyone is in a desperate fight for survival. It is mixed. That is why when we looked at it, I kept bringing up World of Darkness. You have a bunch of different factions with their own agendas, and not all of them get along. And even within those factions, not everyone gets along. Not everyone I would say not everyone who's part of the Azure Alliance is interested in the whole anti-Imperium thing. I'd say most of the people in Azure Alliance are just there because they're like, yeah, fuck Abel. Which, by the way, it's kind of funny that he went through this whole time talking about the Empire and didn't even mention its name.
Nope.
The Sacred Holy Empire of Abel. Which, given how much he was
Again.
trying to point and laugh at the religious parallels, I'm surprised he didn't, because that would have been fertile ground to do it.
Well, you see, him being part of r slash atheist, he couldn't actually know like the all the religious references that are happening. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that involved actually reading, or I do remember dealing with one person like that, and I brought up the debates at the Council of Nicaea, and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Look, if you're gonna be on r slash atheist, at least get the more than just like, oh, I went and read art. I've read posts on our subreddit, so I know everything about this religion.
So, is there any way we could probably turn this shit show of uh, of a downer moment and see if we could probably end this episode on a good note?
I believe I can. I believe I can, because I've mentioned this so one of the things that I have hinted at that I want to do is a showcase of some of the homebrew material within Anima.
Well, we did that with the Luminous Echo, which, let's be frank, it definitely looks rather interesting.
Because there are a few things that were added in by fans that I do think is worth exploring. Also, at some point in the future, I would be perfectly willing to run Anima Tactics, and yeah, that's another thing that he completely skipped over. He didn't bring up Tactics at all, which is a very good entry-level skirmish RPG. Not skirmish RPG, but skirmish war game.
I'm willing to believe that he doesn't even know tactics exists. Jesus.
He knows.
Actually,
he probably
he
knows it
doesn't.
exists insofar as the miniatures, and that's it.
Actually, he did mention tactics in the beginning of the video.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he mentioned Tactics and the Omega trilogy, but he only mentioned them briefly. And I get that explaining the mechanics of thing doesn't sound as sexy to somebody who wants to be an entertainer. But if you're introducing people to a given world for the first time, again, that's your job.
Not to mention how bloody rich the lore of Gaia is. Like, that's priority number one.
I'm surprised he didn't mention some of that. There was a whole that you have places like Shivat over to one end of the spectrum. But like I said, his interest was more in putting himself over, not in putting over Anima. If I were to give any direct message, it is: are you trying to make yourself look good, or make the source material look good? Because if you want to introduce people to this setting that was interesting enough for you to make a video, then you failed at your job.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's always
People
he's
can-
going to have more views than me. He's going to have more subscribers than me, but he will never be as good as me.
It's not about the clicks, it's about the quality of the content.
And it might be arrogant of me to or the like to say that I am the better man, but I only speak the truth.
Well, is it arrogance if you're technically correct?
That is true.
Yeah, at the same time, William set the bar so low that even I could probably do it.
Well,
throw
we
together
did.
a better video that, yeah.
Yeah.
I could probably do better, and I'm boring as fuck.
Here's the thing. I've done through both this podcast and my original review, I've done it twice.
True.
But I will give William credit for being a excellent muse for me. Because I pray to merciful Buddha every day that I don't treat the subject matter as a joke. I think that's the reason I've been able to be in the position that I'm in. And I will bury the lead. I am not done with him. To quote a certain wrestler, I'm not finished with you. Because he tried to cover Sword World and made mistakes that were so bad that that the Sword World fan translation crew had made a video trying to correct the big mistake that he made.
Can we watch that too? Per cover the William video?
Oh, we will cover that. So part of the plan that I have for the next few weeks is this Sunday and next Sunday are going to be the two-parter, much like I did for 1.0, covering the player-facing and GM-facing mechanics of Sword World. After that is going to be an intermission, and that is where we will delve into William's video. And you know the mistake he made with the title with the anime video we covered?
He made the same thing with Sword World.
He called the title of the video for that was "The Game That Beat D&D in Japan."
Well, if today was any indication of where his mindset is, brace yourselves, everyone. It's going to be a drag.
So, I will note as another bit of a positive. Tomorrow I'm going to be starting my coverage of Shadowscar. And you know, that's going to be a very nice palate cleanser. I also plan on trying to set up an interview with Vicky and Dean to cover the quick start preview that they have for Untold Destiny, now that that's out in the wild. Because that is more fitting of the crusade that I'm on. And unlike William here, I actually read the stuff that I get sent. Also, hey there, May. You caught us at the tail end. But that is going to do it for this particular episode. I will be back here tomorrow, of course, and probably sneak in a few other things if depending on where the schedule lays. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.
See you on the trail.
Hey, Doku, step aside. I need some booze as well.
I'm gonna go bleach my mind to try to forget this video.
Bye.